Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 72. As per the Duolingo tradition, keeping the streak alive. Once again, MAKU desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, I have a lot of things to talk about this morning. Or, not this morning, but in the beginning of the stream, I brought a story courtesy of this journey we have in Duolingo, so we're gonna invest some time into that in a bit. It's a way for me to rationalize my lack of diligence yesterday, or my distracted lack of diligence, I suppose, and may provide for some interesting content about English, or what I understand about English, I suppose, in the context of using Duolingo for Japanese. But before then, we will go into our total recall session first to see if I remembered anything from yesterday. Because yesterday's discussion was unequivocally engaging as well, at least in my opinion. I've met a couple people who offered me the privilege and the opportunity to share some thoughts about comprehensive input, or things that you use in order to learn things. Probably not so necessarily about acquisition of language, but more about learning. More about that later. It's quite an ironic thing, this story that I've brought. But we'll get into that a little bit later. I did quite enjoy our discussions yesterday, which kind of extended the session by quite a bit. And I don't know if it created more noise or less noise. Let's see how much I remember from yesterday. So we're describing outdoor activities, right? Yesterday. Outdoor and activities are going to be my core to remember these things. Alright, so as per usual, the first day of any unit, I will attempt to recall, probably pronounce the word, maybe make some commentary, and then write the word in English for the interest of time. Kana practice usually comes at the end of a unit, so let's try the outdoor thing. So first of all, we can start with outdoor, which is soto, or the expression of outdoor, soto. Activities we can do outdoor, picnic, right? Barbecue. Honestly, I have no idea if that's how you spell barbecue. Let's see. Where do we go from here, huh? MAKU, where do we go from here? Doko ni ikimashou? Okay, hold up. Oh, yeah. Campu. Hiking. Are those the, or is that all the outdoor activities? I feel like I'm missing one. I think those are the 4 activities. I don't know if I've missed one. And then when you're talking about outdoor activities, you're also talking about things outside, right? So we have kawa, kawa, and ame. Specifically the kanji for ame. Though we didn't get a chance to write the kanji, so I'm not going to attempt it yet. And kawa as well. Although kawa is pretty agreeable in terms of kanji, but ame, there's some stroke order concerns, so I won't attempt it yet. No, we didn't get that far. New month, right? Gogatsu. Since we have Sanju Ichinichi, we also have Tsuitachi, which is the first, as opposed to usually the last day in various months. So they're like sandwiching the days perhaps, but Tsuitachi, and it's very memorable because there's an error in the kanji section for Tsuitachi. Although I don't think it's like a human error per se, it might be a programming interaction that was unexpected. Hey, Aaron, thanks for the kind words the other day. I'm about to get to that at some point. I appreciate it. So, right now we're doing total recall from yesterday's session. I think I have about 14 new words, so we're gonna try to find them. So, about the Tsuitachi. Tsuitachi in Duolingo, I think it's a programming interaction that was unexpected. So, let's talk about this a little bit. So this is Tsuitachi. Well, it's represented like this, right? However, we were introduced to Sanju Ichinichi, right? Sanju Ichinichi. And Nichi also represents those two kanji. So there is a chance that there was an unintentional interaction in the programming where the programming itself wasn't sure if they're bringing the voice sample for Tsuitachi or Ichinichi. And this has happened before. This has happened before, which we discussed about the nandesuka. When nani is placed next to des, it can end up being nani des, right? And it's kind of like voice sample pulling and stuff. So maybe it'll get ironed out in the future, maybe not, but it's worth noting that if you know the answer or you know the distinction, that could be a funny memory tool. So I remember Tsuitachi because of the error or the unexpected, we'll call it the emergent interaction between two things, which is Tsuitachi and Ichinichi. So this is Tsuitachi, as in the first day of the day, and then Sanju Ichinichi, which uses that same format. It was fun. I thought it was hilarious. That is also a personal preference. My emotional responses to things that don't go according to expectation may not be similar to how other people. I enjoy the imperfections and the weird human created things in life. Like 99% of the time we delve in expectations and, aiming for idealism and whatnot, but over the times as I've grown older, I've often loved to see people's humanity, as in the idiosyncrasies that are created by humanity, and kind of make them endearing as opposed to something negative. So this bug is probably one of the most vivid memory I had yesterday because it sticks out. So it's a negative thing. It can be a very negative thing to a lot of people. Why make it a negative thing if it's going to occur, right? It's certainly outside my control. I'm not a Duolingo representative or a programmer, so I can't just go in and fix whatever this probably exceedingly complicated thing for me, because I'm uneducated in how this works. But for me, that little negative, perhaps a little funny thing, I spin it, and you can use it as an aid. It's one of those things I kind of touched upon yesterday. Doesn't need fixing when it's perfect. Oh, hey, Mohammed. Hello. Glad to see you in a reasonable evening in France, Mohammed. So, for me, I know it can be very upsetting for individuals who are used to expecting their tools to be reliable, and it can be very concerning as well. Luckily, though, I can learn Japanese outside of Duolingo, right? I have the capacity to do that. So these little errors, it's the jank that makes things charming. I wouldn't be human loving strangers with all their fallacies or what have you and stuff if I can't even celebrate the idea that Duolingo can be 3% off because it's a program created by humans, right? So I thought that this is a great memory tool. So it's gonna be very hard for me to forget Tsuitachi and Sanju Ichinichi. So, we'll see if you can fix your sleep. Oh yeah, that's right, Mohammed. All right. I don't want to be a catalyst for a poor sleep cycle, Mohammed, or a less than ideal sleep cycle. So definitely do not feel either subconsciously or consciously obligated to sacrifice any more of your schedule if something engaging comes up. There's plenty of time for that, as I imagine both of us are fairly healthy, so plenty of opportunities. Okay, so I'm in the Total Recall session. I'm not sure if you're around or have seen the beginning of it. Generally in the beginning, I try to Total Recall something from the previous day. Hey, Toby. Konnichiwa, Toby. All right, thanks, Mohammed. Wanted to make sure that's clear. So we had these words. Let's see if I remember anything else. Usually each half of a Duolingo session, so this is the first half, there are at least 15 elements. And I try to remember at least 15 to 20. And then this was a repeat. So my structure is often do new one, N1, and then review one. And then try to recall using English or writing English, but envisioning the words in Japanese. Now, what else did we get yesterday? Oh, we did get other things, other features. Keishiki, view, keishiki. Thank you, Toby. I did come with a story today, so we're going to have another digression video for 2 to 3 hours. I think I have 2 hours. It's gonna be a special digression. I'm very inspired by what happened yesterday. I haven't ever encountered this, so I want to invest some time. I want to give respect to what transpired. So that's a little bit later after this. Outdoors, you need a backpack. It sounds like I'm saying bak, as in like a chicken. Backpack. Okay. Backpack. Okay. What else do you want? What else can be outdoorsy? We don't have. There's no like fishing or other activities. We're not gonna do too long because I actually think yesterday's unit didn't have that many new vocab. It was actually below average. It didn't hit the 20 mark. I think it kind of around the 15. So if there's 15, I expect to remember about 12. Well, you remember, Mohammed, when I mentioned the thing about when you asked yesterday, which was a really wonderful question that I get asked a lot, is that do you think that negative things hold more salience than positive things, like leave an impact, right? So oftentimes, if your life is filled with lots of imperfections, they might not hit as hard. But in the days of the internet, perfection is often the standard, right? You get that expectations. Expectations is the standard. So when unexpected things happen, they are very vivid. Whether they're perfect or not, it's violating expectations. And because of that, I know that my human condition is that those things are going to be whatever they are. If they're negative, then they're going to haunt you. They're going to, be counterproductive. So my goal is to change those things into useful and positive inspirations. Because those things, I don't even have to try to remember them as a human being, right? I have a question. It won't take time if you don't mind. Is focusing on grammar better than learning lots of words and phrases? It will be, I understand if you're asking me, like I will provide a short answer for my own personal preference. My answer is I distribute my focus wherever I feel that I'm most receptive for the day. So like some days I do enjoy reading some grammar points. The idea is that whatever motivates me is what I pursue for the time. So if someone brings up a grammar point during my session, I will pursue that, knowing that I'm interested in connecting with that person. So my motivation typically comes from whoever pushes me towards whatever that is. So for you, if I were to like give some examples, I personally would probably ask you what motivates you first, like what encouraged you to have what I will be talking about a little bit later, but investment, some sentimental investment. So if you do get feedback from grammar, perhaps grammar is where you want to like distribute a lot of your focus. If you enjoy the act of words and phrases, perhaps that's where. So oftentimes when what's better is largely what's more appropriate. And oftentimes I like to resonate and get to know yourself or myself, like ask myself, yeah, all right, let's write it down. Is grammar interesting, or is words and phrases interesting? And then I would distribute my time towards the thing that provides just a bit more motivation while doing both. So like if your goal you can see are words and phrases and grammar, it's great to ask which one do you find maybe you can observe and record how long you're focused, right? That can be helpful. Like, oh yeah, I seem to spend more time on grammar and I seem to spend less time on word. So the idea is to keep the net positive motivations in order to keep the other thing up. So alternatively, you also have to ask yourself, what do you prioritize as well? So oftentimes the long answer is my penultimate suggestion is what can keep me consistent? And I usually focus on motivation. Sentimentalism goes a long way to create a source of motivation. If I can barge in, I will say that learning a decent bit of grammar can be really useful when it comes to reading stuff that's slightly above your level because it gives you a structure. That's fair. That helps you identify and guess meanings for the words that you don't know. That's a fair point. Hey, Hunter. Oh, hey, Hunter. You're over there today. I also like your avatar. It's quite cute. Yeah. So, again, it comes down to like, do you need structure? Right? So, Mohammed's advice works for Mohammed, right? So, Ask yourself, do you need to guess the word above your level? Are you comfortable in reading above your level or not? And certain things can help you feel more comfortable, like knowing grammar to give you structure. For me, grammar came second. My conversations with other people allowed me to absorb that grammar. However, other people's, and in addition, other people's interest in grammar is the thing that pushed me towards grammar. I did end up starting, if you wanted to know, if I want to like summarize some of my early days, the first 10 to 20 days, I loved words and phrases. I absolutely was enthralled by Duolingo's approach because it's something I don't typically use. Take care, Toby. Take care. Duolingo uses a different approach that I don't use anymore, which is go in, do something, not worry about the structure and grammar. Usually I'm the guy that knows at least something before going into something, but I thought, why not try that? So my grammar came much after. Actually, the push for grammar and whatnot came from most of the stories. So actually, effectively, all my grammar now has come tied to someone who brought it up. As in, oh yeah, Duolingo teaches you words and phrases, they don't teach you grammar. That's actually nearly the first comment that most people have warned me, and I take that very respectfully, as in, yeah, maybe I should hit some grammar up and whatnot. So every time a grammar point comes up by someone else, I see how it is related to all the words and phrases that I've learned on Duolingo. And fast forward 71 days, I think my grammar comprehension is, I think, modestly at N4 or N3. So when it comes to the whole like textbook grammar stuff, yeah, it probably flipped through N4, N3 concepts at this point. That's not to say that you'll ever see most of that explained on Duolingo. You'll probably not see most of that demonstrated while I'm using Duolingo because it does not cover grammar points. We usually talk about words and phrases, so remembering words and phrases are the goal of this. So it's not shown on... I want to be very clear that it's not shown in any of these live streams. I talk to people about it though. Like Tofuku is my first encounter with grammar, so I use Tofuku most of the time. Hopefully that helps. I think this is pretty good. I don't think I can pick up... Oh wait, we have a location, right? Hokkaido. Now that I remember. Hokkaido. 3, 6, 7, 10, 12. This is where I am at. 12. Because I think there are only like 15 things in the last... I usually retain about 90 to 95%. So I think this is fairly reasonable. Maybe I can squeeze one more. Camping, river. Is there anything associated? Maybe months? Time of day? Some of the errors I made yesterday were nearby river. Yeah, nearby river, nearby mountain. What about predicates? Ikimasu. Asobimasu. Oh, we do have one. Yakimasu. Grill. Predicates. And we have a new phrase too. To enjoy as well. It's tanoshimasu. Tanoshimasu. To enjoy. And that wraps up our completion. Yes. That's probably 95% of the new terms from yesterday. And now I have a story, because I want to get to the story. It's actually very relevant to what we just talked about a little bit. And we're gonna change our canvas here. So here are our words from yesterday. We'll get back to this. I want to dedicate some time because I thought the experience was so ambivalent. I rarely have such great experience or mixed experience, and it's part of the whole YouTube thing and the Twitch thing. I can't. I'm like so. I can't really express how grateful and interesting and engaging interacting with people. I'm gonna be real. I've been streaming on Twitch for more than 5 years, and rarely do I have such variety of interactions with people of different cultures and language and motivations. So I'm almost burning out in a sense. Like I got to make sure I moderate, but we're gonna spend the next 2 hours talking about this thing, and I have some screenshots. So let's get to that. It's so great. This is such a great experience. I'll show you what I mean in a sec. So let's bring up a canvas. Okay. Okay. So yesterday I had a okay. I think this is more like your you know, the current trend on YouTube where a content creator reacts to, I don't know, a comment, and usually the comments are where they provide extra context or something. I feel like I'm naturally falling into that groove, and it's so different for me. I didn't realize I was gonna get so caught up and consumed by the random one comment, but I absolutely love it. And I want to thank this stranger in advance, right? And thank this stranger in advance. It was a roller coaster ride yesterday. I think I spent like 5 or 6 hours like ruminating about what all this means, right? So, courtesy of this stranger on one of my videos, and this time this person really highlighted a lot of things that coincidentally I covered. So the nice thing is it really fits into all the language talk and stuff that I've been talking about for quite some time now. So let's unpack this, shall we? So yesterday, about 22 hours ago, I suppose from now, a stranger sent this message to me, or on a comment on one of my videos. I am you from a decade into the future on an alt account. They said I could only give you 2 words. Eat them wisely, please. And I'm gonna botch this guy's name, but Stephen Crashin. Alright, Stephen Crashin. Alright, so I started, my brain starts ticking, right? I think one thing that's worth noting is I don't want to give the impression that I take anything, or I take most things with a grain of salt. I know how that sounds. I know how that sounds. And the joke here is I'm a very salty guy. I'm incredibly salty. And by that, that's a double meaning. I love my salt. Love salt, guys. Love salt. In fact, I might die from a heart attack and high blood pressure from all the salt that I enjoy. So usually what I mean in a turn of phrase is that I usually like to give people a heads up. I usually warn people that, much like my commitment to most of the things I do in life, I take it really seriously. I am a very serious person. I'm a very serious person. So I consume lots of salt. I am a very salty person. So naturally, when you make a comment, you bet the first thing I do is I try my darndest to use all the skills I have to glean as much things as I can while trying to strive for an impression that I'm very, very serious. So when I read this, right, when I decompose this, my first thought is, oh, hey, this guy must like sci-fi, right? Sci-fi, right? And I am you from a decade. Well, that's a little bit presumptuous. So this guy also gave me the impression that they like making presumptions about the person they're talking to, because this is very bold. I am you from a decade. So this is presuming this stranger understands me, right? Or they're making a fun sci-fi joke, because I love science fiction too. We're talking about the human condition here. And then alt account would suggest that they dabble in alt accounts too. That means a form of anonymity. So I'm inferring all these things, right? Like, I'll take you down trip. I'm trying to illustrate some of the thoughts that comes to mind when I try to unpack limited information. So it's interesting that they chose decade, but decade is a very convenient lump sum English word. This is going to be something about English quite a bit. And then they're saying, I am me. So they're using the indicative form, as in they are making a slight joke. I imagine this is a joke, or like some fun tit for tat kind of thing, because it seems not plausible, right? So there's a lot of presumptions here. And obviously, flavorfully, they say they could only say 2 words because it's a fun thing. Time paradoxes are a fun thing, right? Must be a sci-fi interest, right? You don't want to mess with the time continuum by exploiting too many future things, right? And then heed them wisely. So oftentimes when you use this type of phrase and then you think about time travel, you think about dystopia, or dystopia in the context of the MC. So here I'm the MC, apparently, because this is the future me from 10 years ago, from 10 years in the future, right? So it strikes me as someone who is very sci-fi oriented, and heeding something is a warning. So effectively, I thought, okay, so this is kind of a warning, and wisely inferring that I don't pay attention to things, right? And then it's please, so it's emphasized. And what was this? Well, we're not gonna go into too much about this guy yet, but let's just say this guy is a very prominent figure in secondary language acquisition. Actually, we're going to use the acronym now, SLA, right? SLA. I realize that's a very common abbreviation now, SLA. So, okay, so my future self, someone who proclaims to know me well enough to say they're me, and you presume exactly what I need to hear in order to prevent me from a dystopian future, and it's phrased in a way that a science fiction enthusiast would know. Meanwhile, suddenly revealing a person's name that is incredibly well known in the SLA context. The thing is, the person is incredibly prominent and popular. So therefore, I'm familiar with that name. I actually loosely know that name because they're very popular. They're incredibly influential. It's not to say that I am passionate about this person's work. There might be some coincidences along the way, right? So I'm like, yeah, I heard this name before. So let's go dive, because this person spent their time suggesting this. So I did, in fact, heed this person's warning, and I went to review my cursory familiarity with this person in order to make a response, like a proper response, because I like responding to comments. And this is what I came up with, assuming all of these things. All right? And I would like to break down my thoughts. So my first comment was, thanks for sharing the name of a prominent linguist in second language acquisition, because that is. And I explained it. I suppose I might be, I suppose I may. So one thing that I talked about previously before is that in order to, one of the telltale signs, in my opinion, this is personal anecdote, a telltale sign of someone who works in a professional career that involves writing and speaking, they often will use what we call the subjunctive in English. And I talked about this multiple times already. The difference between like the diction, the colloquial diction that you encounter online versus when you're working for like a government or institution and whatnot. Oftentimes it deals with the command of the subjunctive versus the indicative, because the indicative implies facts a lot of times. The subjunctive provides hypotheticals, as in, oh, you suggest this, like perhaps I'm not too bold as to presume some of these things. That's the difference between you are a butthead versus I feel like you're coming off as rude. There's a difference between saying and stating and indicating what is fact strongly, even though it's your opinion, and not. So you'll probably hear lots of these extra words, okay? So I say, I suppose I may be able to infer the subtext of the rather foreboding call to heed, as in the heed, like it's a warning, right? Interestingly enough, if you are me, so I'm entertaining the idea of the science fiction, if you are me from a decade into the future on an alt account, risking the creation of a time paradox, because I love science fiction too, I would heed my own intuition now in the current day. I'm joke, right? I would heed my own right now to accept that my future self, so a little time thing, have failed to sustain his own intellectual way of life. So my hypothetical future have failed to sustain his own intellectual way of life and succumb to the temptation of time travel from the resulting despair and insurmountable disappointment. Because if this person have shown any evidence that they understand me, I live a life void of regret, or trying to remove regret from my life. If there's a future hypothetical situation, if someone that is me, that stranger 10 years down the line, decided to time travel to warn me, it means I am regretful, I'm in despair, and I'm in insurmountable disappointment of my life. Because in no way do I feel perhaps something will happen in the future. I'm suggesting it is very unlikely that a future self of me would ever contemplate the temptation of time travel to warn me in the past of committing something that I may regret later. I trust the future me to live a life of an intellectual way of life that doesn't succumb to that temptation. So it's a time paradox joke, right? Like hypothetically, you could say like a Rick and Morty joke or something. If time travel did happen and you're like smart enough to have access to time travel, you wouldn't have to wait for it. You would write a message now and you would do it, right? That's the paradox of time. Like, if it's possible, right? So I don't expect, and I fully accept that whatever future I have, I would not succumb to the temptation of time travel, because I'm not a regretful person. I don't like changing something that I have done. I wouldn't be in that position if I hadn't made those actions before. So it was a joke, but it might have come off as a little condescending. You'll see why later. So in my opinion, otherwise, I prefer to presume, as in I'm making a presumption, that the highly case is that this is this warning that this person's telling me is another projection of benevolence, as in they're trying to show that they're caring, like they're projecting their care because of the warning, not because they know me, because they clearly don't, if they didn't understand the joke that I made, right? Because I wouldn't do that. I am not a person who ever regrets previous life situations, right? And then it's presented as unsolicited advice, because it's clearly unsolicited. I didn't ask for advice about my future. Well, at least I didn't think. That unintentionally, to me, and this is my opinion, that unintentionally projects fear, uncertainty, that's actually a typo. I should fix that. Uncertainty and doubt to promote a call of action, because this is what that does. It's like, oh yeah, the future in 10 years, I'm gonna have regrets. So I'm gonna time travel backwards and warn myself that I must understand Stephen Krashen's hypotheses, which largely I'm going to say it's actually a jab at Duolingo. If I'm the boldest claim I could say is this person sees me using a lot of time on repetitious input methods that aren't comprehensive, that's usually a jab at Duolingo. So there's a lot of inferences and contextual nature of this jab, right? So I didn't even go in that because that's way too bold. Like, from this small amount of information, I can't really say for sure, but I know what is happening here, right? The person made a joke in a hypothetical situation. They sold it off as fact about me. At the same time, you could see some subjunctive. They said I could only use, well, sort of, could is not the greatest subjunctive. It's more like should and would. And heeding is less than you should heed. Like, consider heeding my warning, right? That kind of thing. But the please makes it even more indicative, as in it's paramount that my future be saved by this advice. So what more is that than a projection of benevolence? This person has raised their pedestal to pretend to be me in the future and say, this thing will change my life. It's very serious. It's a very serious take, but I understand the joke. So I participated in the joke by pretending to talk about time paradoxes. I wouldn't travel back in time. At least the current me wouldn't ever consider time traveling back to an early self and undo myself. That is not the personality I have. So, do this person know me? No. Do this person even watch any of my videos to indicate what type of personality I have? No. Like, resounding no. There's way too many converging evidence from this single statement to even remotely conclude that this person understands that I live a life without regrets. Because this doesn't resonate with me. So the natural thing I would do is reply in kind for a hypothetical situation. So now I go into the me that most people probably won't see in streaming, because I don't like to sound like this when I'm talking. It's not appropriate. However, writing, I kind of like to get a little serious with my words and stuff. So I went in and said what I said yesterday. Actually, it's related to what I mentioned yesterday about learning techniques, all of the above, all that stuff, because I do know a little bit about Stephen Krasson, enough to say that there are things he probably could comment that overlaps with the things we said yesterday about learning methods. So to clarify, I do not presume, so this is my fairest nature. To clarify, I do not presume nor expect many people, not everyone, not anyone specific, not even this person, but I said I do not presume nor expect many people to have the time, curiosity to observe my ruminations, meanderings like this one, and demonstrations regarding learning process in general. It's reasonable. I don't want to put the burden to obligate people to think that whatever I'm saying is important. Other people have time and opinions of their own, right? So that is a statement I use in various wording all the time. You are not obligated to know my opinion. Do what works, right? I'm here to offer whatever you want to take from it. I'm not prescribing anything. So then I say, I suspect, and that's a very kind way of saying this. I suspect, instead of directly indicating, because I'm pretty sure it's true, I suspect that would reasonably apply to this person, as in reasonably apply to you, the stranger, given the nature of your superfluous harsh words of wisdom, as in they're making a very short statement that is almost excessive to me, as in they didn't demonstrate that they use time or curiosity to understand that what they're saying, I agree. It's actually quite helpful to understand the teachings of Severin. Like, it takes some time. Like, learn about the guy. The guy is a lead, like an influential person in SLA, but you did not spend enough time to understand me. So I suspect that's a reasonable suggestion. Like, I don't have any indicators that this person understands who I am. Hey, MAKU, what is your opinion on only learning how to write and read a language? I'm trying to learn Chinese, but have no desire to learn Mandarin just to write the characters. Could I consider myself a master of the language? May I ask you, how do you only use the language in a writing and reading form? And another question would be, sentimentally and emotionally, does it matter if you're a master of the language? As in, what I mean is, do you want other people to see you as a master of the language, or are you saying you're satisfied with your mastery of the language if you read or write? There are things you can't control and there are things you can control, and one of them would be probably, like, respectfully, that mastering of a language, the things you can't control is probably most people wouldn't say you've mastered the language. However, if you're satisfied with that, I would say that answers the question, if you know what I mean. Oftentimes, I like to think that someone's satisfaction promotes that confidence and lifestyle choices that are more controllable. Like, if you're asking yourself if you're satisfied with only writing and reading, and it allows you and enables you to engage in the language that you love to write and read. And sure enough, in my opinion, instead of thinking about the uncontrolled mastery of the language, you might end up doing speaking over time. But my focus here is, are you satisfied with it? And if you are, sometimes just writing and reading and then using that to enable you to engage in other things related to it, you'd be surprised how much that lends to naturally acquiring speech. So my ultimate question is, being considered mastering a language for yourself, does that discourage you or encourage you? Because I would say other people would probably be a little discouraging if you consider yourself a master of language because of writing and reading. So that's kind of probably my opinion on that. If you're satisfied, I think you'll naturally end up speaking the language to some extent. If you're satisfied, others probably not so much, right? Okay, so I suspect that would reasonably apply, right? So let's say that's fair. I think that's fair. And then I say, however, and I do mean this a lot, and I want to make sure everyone knows. However, while I may not consider nor present myself as a trained professional in secondary language acquisition, like in no way am I an expert, nor these are ruminations. These are commentary on my experience with language learning. It is not to be used as any professional advice at all, right? Stephen Krashen is a professional. I am not. So my juxtaposition is I don't consider myself anywhere near the influential status of Stephen Krashen. So for the sake of concerning Stephen Krashen, I propose that what this person, this stranger, may be inferring by looking at the limited content. So I'm inferring that they actually looked at my videos of some sort, maybe one or two, or this video, even though I am absolutely convinced that they didn't, because this comment is almost tastelessly disrespecting me as a person. So even then, if I were to be very, very generous, I'm suggesting that this person may have inferred something that is very limited based on their singular video or whatever, but it underrepresents my discussions, right? My discussions here, especially this discussion, which we will talk about now soon, about Stephen Krashen, or my limited knowledge of Stephen Krashen's hypotheses. But the stuff that I talk about, it may actually coincide, as in may coincidentally align with many of his theories regarding second language acquisition. So maybe one of the motivations of this person of mentioning this guy's name is they probably saw like a bit on my videos like, oh yeah, but Stephen Krashen does it better. This person has 80 years of experience. So naturally, yeah, I probably touch upon a lot of indirect things to them. But that doesn't mean I don't know the person. So this person is assuming I'm not familiar with at least like something regarding Krashen's work. The irony here is I do, but in a very superficial way. Like I like pop music the way I like, like I'm not a specialist in this. However, it's good enough to make mention that there's a chance a lot of the things I talk about actually overlaps with this person. So if there are any Stephen Krashen fans out there, I humbly respect and welcome you guys educating me on this person's thesis and hypotheses. Will go over what I do know about that person. So then I made a fact. The only indicative form that I've used strongly is this next statement. More often than not, when I receive the occasional direct question, like you, Mohammed, and Gabriel, and Aaron, whenever I receive the occasional direct question regarding my approach to the learning process, I often invoke encouraging gradual but consistent, self-motivated. So often I tend to ask you guys, what motivates you? And then rebalance based on your self-assessment if you're able to. If you're unable to, then that's something that perhaps I can intervene with, or your family member or something can intervene, because you might need a third party observer to establish self-awareness. But assuming you are self-motivated, I encourage gradual but consistent self-motivated increases. So periodic increases in integrating different forms, methods, it's all of the above, of what I quote is comprehensive input. That's one of the theories that's one of the major cores of Stephen Krashen's work. It's about the comprehensiveness of input or acquisition. And contrast to this is I often focus on integrating different forms of comprehensive input as a counterbalance, as in to balance out by minimizing the negative impact of effector filters. That's another part of what I tangentially know about Stephen Krashen's work. Effector filters are what we talked about yesterday, Mohammed and Yang from yesterday. Effector filters, to my understanding, is the emotional side of things, the motivation side of things. So motivation, emotional barriers, there were a lot, but usually it deals with, there are many things with the human component that can block the acquisition. So like feeling of insecurity, right? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt, lack of self-motivation, reward, that type of thing are effector filters. If they're too high, it can negate or supersede the acquisition, whether it's learning or acquisition, which we'll go into a little bit later. So it may increase over time is what I usually suggest. Like over time, it will increase. So integrating different forms of comprehensive input, I generally encourage that. If Duolingo is not putting out, take a break from Duolingo. If Anki is not putting out anymore, take a break and incorporate other things. Then come back to Anki, come back to Duolingo. That's what I usually refer to as dynamic, collectively dynamic, holistic input. Perhaps not comprehensive, but it is dynamic. Because what I believe is this is attributed to the stagnation and complacency from extended use of practice forms of acquisition and learning. As in, you've gotten so used to it and it become extended use to the point where it's so practiced that it has diminished return. So naturally you want to take a break from it and use a different form of method and input in order to kind of like mix up the groove. And we talked about this as well yesterday when it comes to emotional motivation, right? The things that are most salient, you want to keep dynamic, because if the human condition tends to become complacent and stagnate along with their goals when you do something for a really long time unchangingly. And my extended use of Duolingo is not because Duolingo stayed the same, or like changed. Duolingo stayed the same. Largely, there are a lot of few mechanical changes that Duolingo have, like fill in the blanks and then stuff. That stuff is great, but it doesn't change that dynamically. So what I do is I change the way I'm getting input from Duolingo. So my comprehension is going up, but Duolingo isn't dynamically changing to facilitate that. But I'm trying my best to keep engaged in Duolingo by bringing up other forms of comprehensive input, be it Tofuku, grade readers from Tatoku, right? So that is my take. And sure enough, this actually overlaps. Like, so this is after the fact, after I reviewed a little bit of Krashen's work and the criticisms and proponents of it. It does overlap with a lot of the things that person says. And that's great because it makes my statements, it actually gives me some affirmation, right? Some maybe unexpected affirmation from this guy. So not only did this guy heed my warning, or like heed me and warn me that I should know about Stephen Krashen, not only that, I did heed the warning and I found out that there's a great overlap and the guy is great. Like this guy actually, I'm going to read more about Stephen. In fact, I read about 4 hours of yesterday. So that's why I wasn't confident that I might have remembered the vocabulary from yesterday. But this is so great. So then I thanked the person. Thanks for the advice. And I suggested something. I am familiar with his theories on second language acquisition. I was before, and now I'm reminded. And of course, as any science fiction person would appreciate, I said, live long and prosper. Right? I'm a Star Trekkie. I like Star Wars too, but I'm a Star Trekkie. I like my science fiction. Let's end on a fun note, right? Live long and prosper. Thank you, Spock. And we got a response. Now, are you ready for this? This is not even the meat. We haven't even gotten to the Steven crashing part because it's about 2 to 3 hours. I think I can occupy 2 to 3 hours. So now you're ready for the response. So this is the response. And I want to take this apart because to me, this is a perfect opportunity for myself to understand humility, right? And this is the central theme of my discussion today. It's an exercise in humility because I know that I can come off as unassailable a lot of times. And generally speaking, in order to humble me is to provide something that's so baffling that I get humbled, as in like I have no idea what's going on, but it's so invigorating and I need to be part of it, right? So this next part, it was that I was incredibly ambivalent. Like it was so complex. The situation was so complex. I have so many running theories about the next post. It's quite big. So this is an exercise in humility for me. I have many concessions I want to make from this guy's assertion, but there's a catch. There's a big twist, by the way, guys. It's a M. Night Shyamalan movie right now. There's a big twist coming up. This is the Act 2. So here's the Act 2. So now we did the exposition. Here's Act 2. So this person responds by saying, I'm going to read it in a more of a gentlemanly voice if I have you, because I have this like impression of this execution. So, I must admit, the misguided presumption that undergirds your verbose yet pedantic diatribe is equal parts amusing and lamentable. Basically, this guy is saying, wait. What up? Why can I not write on top of this? Oh, here we go. You thought wrong is how I'm interpreting this. And then threw in a bunch of pleasantries about being pedantic. I myself have admit that I often am very pedantic and verbose, for that matter. That is very accurate. And it is a diatribe because I'm making a lot of presumptions about the guy's very, very short and uninvested take on my personality. And then they found it amusing and lamentable. Well, I appreciate that. Apparently it amuses them, and also it's sad at the same time. So, well, thank you for your concern. I'm sorry that it makes you feel pity me, because I'm not entirely sure if you understand. Like, after reading just the first sentence, I'm not entirely sure if this person even understands what the sentence means. But I do, so that's nice. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Because if you went from I am you from a decade into the future on an alt account to I must admit the misguided presumptions that undergirds your verbose yet pedantic diatribe is equals part amusing and lamentable, I'm starting to become suspicious. However, what if I actually met my future self? Because I do this. I voice swap all the time I'm sure anyone who have written a comment would probably see that. Like if you read most of my comments, I voice swap a lot because I like writing. I'm a fan of creative writing. So when someone is very casual with me, I will write very casual. When someone is trying to be very condescending or like tit for tat, I try to match them because I like resonating with the person. So you'll probably find that, yeah, I am pedantic and verbose if you are pedantic and verbose. Or if you're presumptuous, then I will be presumptuous. That's kind of the idea of try to level and speak in the same. So this person is doing just that. So I'm intrigued. I'm incredibly intrigued now. So the person continues to say, your desperate attempt to cloak unfounded assertions in the veneer of erudition is a transparent charade that only serves to expose the profound insecurities festering beneath your inflated sense of self-importance. Well, I can tell you, my life, I've struggled with imposter syndrome all the time. And it's a very real thing. So, if I can assure you, my stranger, that when going out of your way to not consider yourself or present yourself as a trained professional illustrates that I have some sort of higher inflated sense of importance, that might be a bit of a stretch. And it's somehow a charade, as in, basically, let's summarize this. So they're saying my use of heightened vocabulary or presumptions or perception is to mask insecurities. It's like, well, actually that's kind of fair. I do have insecurities, right? And in order to elevate my insecurities, I turn them into advantages. So much like perceiving someone else who has an insecurity. So not only am I insecure, and perhaps it's a very fair statement. Basically, I'm using my language up there to cloak, or presumptions and stuff, to cloak my own insecurities. It's like, well, yes, I am an insecure person. The idea is an insecure person does not have an inflated sense of self-importance. It's actually the opposite. So, paradoxically, you often don't find insecure people who have a gigantic sense of self-importance. So choose one or the other if you understand psychology, in my opinion, right? You must be interested in psychology to some extent. It's very, very rare for someone to have some incredible weight of insecurities in order to develop a sense of self-importance. Maybe delusional, so perhaps this is implying that I'm delusional. That's fair. That's a fair assessment. But here's the thing about being insecure. Here's the thing about insecure, or overcoming adversity in insecurity. You see it also. And what I saw was exactly that. So it's two people. Now it has become two people that are similar, actually, for the time being. So not only am I insecure, the person I'm talking to is too, because they naturally swapped their voices to compensate for the very nature of the accusation. So now I'm very intrigued. Am I actually talking to someone who can resonate with me? It's not really an argument. We're just talking about, we're dissecting a fun little comment section. You can definitely read it on your own if you want. It's in one of my videos. I'll probably, I think it's like day 70 or something, and I'm unpacking what I'm learning from it. This is not an argument, but we're going over what he said. Insert name. That's the whole point of this section. So we're going over what this person is saying. So now we get into the next part, right? So they are saying, oh, let's unpack this. So Let's deconstruct. Let us deconstruct the kaleidoscope of intellectual fallacies that permeate your meandering soliloquy, shall we? So what I said before, basically, they're not talking about the stuff in my videos, because this would constitute as a soliloquy, by the way. No one's actually technically interacting with me with my ideas. So I have lots of these, what I would call digressions or rants, right? So soliloquy, if you will. I'm being incredibly fair because I actually think if I met someone who actually writes like this, sorry, teaser, it's a foreshadowing. It's very foreshadowing. If I met someone who actually does this, from going from I say I am you from a decade into the future on an alt account to this, I might have actually met someone who I could resonate with. Like full-heartedly resonate with, because this diction is incredible. I'm reading this, I'm like, oh, actually, maybe I have met a linguistic master in English. I'm curious if I can pick this person, but anyways, they're criticizing me for the time being. So they are deconstructing whatever I said, which is basically suggesting that they didn't watch the video or not much of it. And I want to advise them that the things that are in the video underrepresent my dedication to language learning. And even if I don't understand Stephen Kreshton's work in detail, I might have shown examples of his work, like related to his work, right? That is the intent of my soliloquy, along with sci-fi jokes in the side. So this guy starts by dissecting what I've said. Firstly, your presumption that my initial comment was a condescending attempt to undermine me is laughable. As in, they're saying that my presumption that they're not talking to me in a condescending way is untrue. I am you from a decade into the future on an alt account. They said they said I could only give you 2 words. Heed them wisely, please. Severin. It's not condescending. So if it's not condescending, then it's funny. I did both. I not only entertained the science fiction, the time paradox thing, but not only that, I explained how I think the person is doing it, right? In the subjunctive. Mind you, in the subjunctive, I said, I suppose I may be able to infer the subtext of the rather foreboding call to heed. Okay? So nothing I've said is indicative outside of the things I say I do. So this person inferred that what it is was a condescending attempt. So far all the things this person said is in the indicative form, as though like they know for certain what it is. I do not propose anything of that nature without using the subjunctive. It is incredibly unprofessional and presumptuous. So this person isn't presuming, they're assuming. So they know that I presume something, so they use the word presumption. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. I was presuming all these things, but this person doesn't understand that they're using the indicative form by assuming everything. Severin is right. Yeah, we'll get into that. But, well, Severin is an influential individual that has a lot of influence. Is right would be indicative, as in that is untrue. You cannot suggest that professionally. That would be suggesting that he is only right and he is always right, which would be incorrect, in my opinion. It would be sounding like this person. So let's be fair, I suppose, here. He is a person who's incredibly influential and know a lot about second language acquisition. Saying he is right is up for debate, right? It's arguable. There are other people who have different ideas, different opinions, And there are a lot of things that don't actually have evidence. That's fine. If you disagree, you disagree. I suggest that perhaps, well, you disagree that he has opponents and have people who disagree with him. Fair enough. You're this person then, I suppose. You're taking this person's stance. We'll read more about this person. So, that's perfectly fine. I mean, I respect your disagreement, but the facts are he isn't always right. You don't know this person's stance, that's for sure. But we're going into it because I've already read this. But hey, if you think Stephen Krashen is right, I'm not here to gaslight you. I just know that people disagree with him. I argue that you should consume content in the language to learn it. That is what this guy is criticizing, because that's a very generalized simplification of Krashen's work. That's what Krashen sometimes say, and not all the things he say. He says a lot more than that. And you could pick whatever is right about Krashen. That doesn't mean everything that person say is right. So, but I agree with that statement. We'll go into that about Krashen's specific part of Krashen's thing. Sure. You can keep conditionally qualifying the things you want to confirm about him being right. I definitely agree with the consume content in the language to learn it. Yes. It's supposition, right? Okay, so let's go with so then they defend themselves. I simply referenced a relevant scholar. I agree. That person did. They said the name. Your paranoid belief that this was an underhanded projection of benevolence speaks volumes about your own fractured sense of self-worth, of futile effort to ascribe nefarious intent where none exist. I told them that I presume they're trying to be helpful, but it's unsolicited. And it can unintentionally project fear, uncertainty, and doubt in order to get someone to do something. When you heed someone, tell someone to heed them wisely and please, and suggest that you're from the future, and providing a source of thing that is the descriptor of what you did. There's no supposition in trying to say there is a nefarious attempt. It can unintentionally project fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Unintentionally. And it is unsolicited. Right? But even then, I say I prefer to presume, as in the likelihood is that this heed is to help me. You're projecting benevolence. You're trying to help me through unsolicited advice that can make people feel uncomfortable in order to get them to do something. So you're warning me that I might regret something 10 years down the line if I don't invest my time in this person. So not only is this person assuming that I'm paranoid, because it's not, oh, you may be paranoid. I am paranoid. And that I've claimed undoubtedly that it is underhanded. I can't answer that right now on the stance on language learning. That is a very broad question, but I am not an expert in language learning, so I probably will provide very nebulous comments. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Well, in quite a long bit, actually. I kind of want to dissect this first, and maybe it'll answer some of your questions indirectly, because it involves this a lot of times. So yeah, sure. All right. I guess. I'm sorry that I somehow give you the idea that I assumed this about you, Mr. Stranger. So I take it back. That is on me. My language might have been a little bit ambiguous. So, and then this person finishes off with, it is a testament to your solipsistic delusions that you would interpret a succinct reference to a preeminent scholar as a thinly veiled attempt to undermine my fragile ego. So, I'm either insecure. So at this moment now, I'm either insecure. I'm insecure in the very ways that would intend that I have a fragile ego, while simultaneously wait, insert name. You can't insert name. Insecure, very my fragile ego, but somehow I am also simultaneously arrogant and unsaleable. And like, I don't know, confident is the word. We'll say confidence. So I'm either very specifically insecure and fragile, which actually I kind of would agree with the former more than the latter, because my fragility is often masked by my attempt to rationalize things. So I would actually agree with the former more than the latter. However, I am both these things at the same time, according to this person's soliloquy, because I'm meeting head on someone who right now may present themselves as someone that switch voices in writing, right? So that's fine. I'm okay with that. However, as you can see, the whole thing is in the indicative voice, as in everything is stated as though they know it's a fact. So they're assuming, they're not presuming anything. And this to me strikes me as someone who is using a frame of reference in which they're usually think that they are right. Saying like, this person's right, that person's right, I know what I'm talking about. Fair enough. If there's anything that my response shows is that I am very unsure. I do technically have quite a fragile ego, and I do have lots of insecurities. Are they a negative impact on my life? No, they aren't. I actually channel them most of the time. My insecurities, I use my insecurities to resonate with people who have similar insecurities. I share the stuff that I do to manage those insecurities. Be open-minded, appreciate imperfections, understand that there are things outside my control, and find things that elevate my emotional status and motivation in order to pursue things like using Duolingo for 72 days. Meanwhile, other people peddle their, this person's right, this is the thing you have to do, this is true and fact. In the face of all of that, my fragile ego stays intact. So yes, I am more of the former. That is actually accurate in my opinion, while at the same time, somehow I present myself as an arrogant and unsellable intellect. Well, in a way, that's also true because I do a lot to protect my fragile ego, I suppose. I suffer a lot from imposter syndrome at times. And whether if I'm good or not, I tend to find that I'm incompetent enough to be sure about anything. So naturally, my responses and stuff tend to be in the subjunctive. I tend to say, I may not consider certain things. I may not. So now let's go into the next one. Furthermore, your arrogant presumption, which is still accurate, by the way. It is slightly arrogant, and it is a presumption. So this person's fruity language so far is still accurate. I am making presumptions. Meanwhile, this person is making assumptions, right? They're making assumptions about me. So your arrogant presumption that I, the person, lack the intellectual curiosity or capacity to engage with my ruminations, as in rants and stuff, much like this, is a risible exercise in projection. It is true. When I presume something, it is a projection, right? So naturally, I agree with this statement. It is actually true. I arrogantly presume that this person lacked the intellectual curiosity or capacity to engage in watching my videos and knowing what I'm like before making an advice, right? So why is my camera 8K? It's actually 320p. It's 320. It is precisely this brand, and then this person continues and say, it is precisely this brand of unsubstantiated hubris. It is unsubstantiated hubris, by the way. So all this part I actually agree with. It is precisely this brand of unsubstantiated hubris, and then this part I disagree with. If you read the rest of the comment, I already responded to you, Ray Dawson. I already this is why this is interesting. So there it still goes on. I'm saving the twist, guys. I'm saving the twist. And just so you know, that Ray Dawson is there. So this is all an exercise of fair fun. Okay, so let's go in. Like I really like this because I thought this was a lot of fun. So we're having fun here because I actually think it raises a lot of concerns, right? So furthermore, so it is precisely this brand of unsubstantiated hubris that betrays the depths of your own insecurities. I would like to say it is unsubstantiated hubris because I am making a projection, right? Because presuming things is a projection of oneself. And it actually sometimes does betray my own depth of insecurity. However, I live. El Ray, so someone from Twitch said hi, Ray. So here's the thing. I live with insecurities. So that is true. The depths of my insecurities are unfathomably deep. So regardless of what I choose to veil it or attempt to elevate it, it is a lifelong struggle. My insecurities are so deep that it's true. Like, if I had to be super fair about this statement, it is a great take on someone who spends most of their life dealing with insecurities. So that is perfectly succinct. I absolutely love it. It's a great challenge. So I take up that challenge. And then it, hyphenate is a desperate attempt to fortify my tenuous grasp on self-worth by dismissing any potential challenge to my ostensibly unassailable intellect. Well, that is also fair, actually, because I do have a tenuous grasp of self-worth. Much like I said recently, I struggle a lot with imposter syndrome. Actually, most of my life. Someone wants to know how many languages you speak, Ray, in Twitch chat, in case you wanted to answer that. So I actually am always desperately attempting to fortify my tenuous grasp on self-worth. I struggle a lot with imposter syndrome. I oftentimes find that the more I learn something, the less and less I know. It is a very, very common vicious cycle when it comes to being well-informed. And I talk about this quite a bit. I put a smile on my face because I'm always desperately attempting to fortify that because of the unfathomable depth of my insecurities. And in order to do that, it might come off as unsellable intellect. Because in order to combat an unfathomable depth of insecurities, one must meet it with an unassailable intellect. So, yes, I actually think this is poetically very wonderful. However, there's no denying that my presumptions are correct. Right? So let's be fair. That the statement is definitely true, how I'm projecting and my attempts and whatnot, but the presumption is also fair. Anyways, moving along, right? Perhaps most egregious, I love the word egregious, by the way. Ooh, it's such a spice. Perhaps most egregious in my disingenuous claim. It's actually not disingenuous because it's truly my claim. It is my claim. It is very accurate that I am familiar with Krashen's theories. It's not that I'm a master in Krashen's theories. He is so preeminent. He is so ubiquitous in, even if I don't know him, I have known other people who know his theories. Like, his influence ripples through second language acquisition. So my talk, when I say I'm familiar, is many people, like the person in Twitch chat right now, tells me all the time about the things. So not only was it an acknowledgement, it's acknowledgement that Stephen Krashen is mentioned often, quite a lot actually, to someone in my position. So many people do know them, right? So it's true. It's true in the sense that I made a claim, but it's not disingenuous. It's actually through to the contribution of many people, much like Ray, to inform me that Stephen Krashen is incredibly influential. So much like that, most advice I heed with 150 to 200% commitment, because we're getting to my response at some point. The more important question is, why do people not like Shrek 4? It's the best one. I've not seen Shrek. I don't know which one is Shrek 4. Is that the reset one? The reboot? Alright. When she had amnesia or something? Was that Shrek 4? I don't remember. Shrek Forever After? Yeah, was that the one with the amnesia and then they rebooted it literarily? Like did a soft retcon? Yeah, okay, it's the soft retcon one. Yeah, fair enough. It was nice. I like it. It was back to form. I have a theory about that, but I mean, yeah, it wasn't amnesia per se, but I'm talking about it as a retcon mechanic, a writing retcon mechanic, but sure. All right. So the next one is disingenuous claim about Krashen's theories. It's a transparent, apparently it's very visible, and I'm like, a transparent charade. Like, yeah, it is a charade for sure, because I'm presenting something, and it should be transparent. So, it should be a transparent charade. As in, there's no way I could possibly know and meet the demands of someone who raised the topic. Like, I didn't raise the topic. So there's a very likelihood that I am less knowledgeable than the person I'm talking to. So ironically, there's really not any charade. It's transparent. It's transparent that I don't know Stephen Krashen better than the person who brought it up most of the time. This is the first time I've ever brought his name up personally, like voluntarily. Everyone has been telling me about the person. So there's no charade here per se, and a transparent charade would be facts, right? So it is very transparent. Bellied by my superficial understanding of his core principles. That is absolutely 100% correct. I actually still believe that I have a superficial understanding of English. I believe I still have a superficial understanding of English, a superficial understanding of Japanese, psychology, science. In fact, I'm 5 years out of virology, and now I only have a superficial understanding of any core principles. The very nature of admitting that I have a fragile ego that is defended and conditioned to be defended by an unsellable intellect is the very nature of having someone who feels they always have a superficial understanding of things, because that is where the depth of the insecurity comes from. Rarely do I ever speak like this. This is a masterclass in the indicative form, the one in which, why does the title say 2019? It's been 2019 days since my first Twitch stream. For recording purposes, because I can't rest on the laurel of knowing how long it's been, right? So again, insecurities. So yes, I agree that I have a superficial understanding. It's actually very valid. If someone challenges me with this, I would acknowledge I absolutely agree. This is, even if they don't agree, like I have individuals who approach me and say, oh, you're well spoken, or like, oh, that's very helpful. And my first thought, much like the Japanese culture, is I'm still working on it. And it's not that great. It's something that I don't even know if it's worth anyone's time. So that is, by all accounts and purposes, even if the person who's arguing with me and possibly defending their own insecurities, I resonate with the need to defend your own competency. And I also resonate with the idea of being apprehensive and defensive for making presumptions, because presumptions are made about me all the time. Sort of. Most people assume things about me, and I presume things about other people. That is my typical interaction with people. I presume things because I'm never sure. This documentation, this verbalism, is one that asserts certainty, and yet I still agree with it. I still agree with it, actually. It's very revealing, and it's super challenging, and I haven't seen these words in a long time. Like, I love these words, like unsustainable, like unsubstantiated hubris, unsaleable intellect, ostensibly. Like, I love this stuff, and it's so pretentious too. And I sorry, I can't voice how crazy and fun this is. So thank you again. And I actually am really fair. Like, so a lot of these are true, but in a different way. Like, most of my long uses of Duolingo is talking about these things, talking about dealing with the lack of self-worth, about how to engage in dismissive behavior and consume and learn from potential challenges. I'm doing that now. Using my unassailable intellect, I am embracing the challenge of this. The twist is coming up, and everyone already spoiled the twist, but the twist is coming up. I embrace this. This is what makes me stronger. It feels unassailable because I don't run from a challenge. I don't dismiss a challenge. I run towards it, because whoever thinks that they know me better than me, I want to know what they think. Otherwise, how am I gonna fortify my tenuous grasp on self-worth? My self-worth is almost mirrored by people's willingness to help me. So yes, it is a presumption of benevolence, of unsolicited advice. I welcome it. Otherwise, I wouldn't use, and like there are lots of motivations for using Duolingo, learning Japanese, and not simply doing something I'm very good at. I'm not promoting any form of recording of me doing things I think I'm good at, because actually, legitimately, I don't think I'm good at anything. So naturally, I deliberately put myself in compromising situations all the time. Like right now, I'm specifically demonstrating how much I actually care about this. You might not think it's a big deal. You might not think it's a caring thing, but you spend time. And I genuinely don't believe anyone who would spend time should be reminded how worthless their time is. I actually love that people have some ounce, some monochrome of engagement with me, because I do have a low sense of self-worth. So it's very true. And it's also somewhat mirrored by my outwardly projection, I suppose. So now, yes, I don't actually know Krashen's work that well, so that's totally true. And then, of course, I got a bit of my own medicine. I love the next one. So my conflation of comprehensive input, that's fair because I did quote it. I was making an allusion. That's accurate. I was making an allusion to Krashen's work. My conflation of comprehensive input with the broader concept of comprehensible input is a glaring oversight. It is an oversight. It's not a glaring one. It is intentionally an oversight, because I'm establishing a vulnerability in my information. I'm trying to resonate with you very quickly because I'm out of my depth. So it's not an invitation of measurement. It's a demonstration that I'm trying my best to talk about something I actually don't understand very well. So it's not a glaring oversight. You are not being more perceptive in seeing something that is clearly superficial in oversight. It's not profound in any way. I am literally trying to demonstrate I have a tenuous grasp of this person. But since I'm heeding your warning, as in I'm deliberately trying to engage in it. So there's no evidence that I said I know what it is. I said it may coincide with the stuff. And I often encourage things that may involve that person's theories. That has no bearing on whether I understand it or not. In general, I'm trying my best. So then it exposes the boundaries of your alleged expertise. I literally said the opposite. While I may not consider nor present myself as a trained professional in secondary language acquisition, I don't think I can be any more direct, but I guess I use the subjunctive. But I quite literally did the opposite. I am deflating my position so that it wouldn't be taken out of context. So not only did this statement demonstrate that the person assumed even more, me trying to get ahead of saying I know a lot didn't happen. It did not happen. So I was trying my best to actually deflate my ego by making it seem like I have a superficial knowledge, very transparent, that I'm uncomfortable in saying something, but I'm trying to resonate as much as I can. So everything above is pretty nice and true in a way. The succinct reference is probably leaves a little bit to desire, because there's a difference between succinct and useful. And then there's a difference between succinct and condescending. When you say things like, I simply do something, I just do something, that is condescension. It's a overgeneralization. and you state it in the indicative form. So that means you're stating it as a fact, as in like, oh yeah, I assume you knew this. I assume that if I was simply interpreting a succinct reference, then I assume you got my message, as in you understand that I'm not trying to sound condescending, but get good. That's what condescension looks like, in my opinion, humbly, respectfully. When you tell someone that, oh, hey, your whole life you spent like 500 hours learning language, 2 words, my friend, 2 words. Stephen Krashen. That almost sounded like a video gamer who, like, you go up to them and say, how do I improve my KDA in Valorant? 2 words, my friend. Get good. So let's, throw back a little bit, push back a little bit, right? So that's how I interpret it. But pretty much all this stuff is technically true. It is technically true about me. So, and then it continued, and this is something that I touch upon a lot. It is a Dunning-Kruger masterclass, a cautionary tale of perils of mistaking the trappings of verbosity. Actually, I'm not even sure if it's verbosity or verbosity. Verbosity for genuine insight. It's not insight. I legitimately don't prescribe insight. I stated what I do and how it coincides with something you mentioned, and that was it. Not only am I not in Dunning-Kruger effect, I'm suffering from imposter syndrome. So I don't actually know how much I know, but it is fun to raise the Dunning-Kruger thing. It is a good example, but I think the funny part here is when you look at the Dunning-Kruger curve, you're assuming I'm here, right? Basically, novice that is overestimating their competence, right? The irony here is I actually think I'm here. Like, no contest. It is literally what I think. I'm actually here. Like, I don't know that much about Krashen. And I made it pretty clear I don't. At least I thought I tried to make it pretty clear. I was considering making even more disclaimers. But instead, the assumption of the prompt. So even if it's an AI prompt, sorry, guys, that's the foreshadowing. That's the thunder. Even that, the prompt itself has elements of the user. So the user is assuming my competence is here. Well, I guess I'll take that as a compliment. I don't know. It's kind of hard to ever think that someone who speaks in mays, mights, suppose, perhaps, somehow exudes confidence in their competence. And in all regards, I make very clear that my diction suggests that I often do something. I may do something. And then what I did do is what I described. I encourage people to try to incorporate and integrate as many different forms of input. Whether they are comprehensive or not are one of the challenges and criticisms of Krashen's work. It's very difficult to quantify what constitutes as comprehensive when there's a level of subjectivity, right? So there are criticisms of the person's theories, but nevertheless, I agree with you. It's actually the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's a masterclass in understanding that I have overreached. Because I myself believe I am incompetent in this situation. I didn't talk about his theories other than the ones that I've heard, right? It's not comprehensive. It's a comment on YouTube, but I take it very seriously. So, cautionary tale? Sure. I do the same. I actually caution people for mistaking verbosity, right? Verbosity, or maybe even succinctness. It's both. So for Dunning-Kruger, I don't even know how to spell the person's name. Sorry, Kruger. It works both ways. People who are incredibly harsh and succinct are just as likely to be incompetent because they refuse or they do not believe it is necessary to be explicit. Much like people who are verbose. And I am most guilty of that and being pedantic. Oftentimes, I tell myself that I hope I'm not giving people the impression that I'm an expert at anything. Okay? So, yes, both harsh and verbose. The whole idea of the Dunning-Kruger thing is it's a medium and balance between the two. Like the essence of it. So not only do you have to execute not being verbose, you also have to execute not being oversimplification, like oversimplifying. And things like insert name saying Christian is right, that's an oversimplification, in my opinion. And I stray away from oversimplification. Much like overgeneralization. And yes, I do acknowledge that I have a tendency to be verbose, right? And pedantic. I didn't delete your comment. Ray. Stop lying. It's still there. You deleted the comment. It's still there. Like, let me go double check. Like, I asked you, can I use it too? I asked you, can I use it too? So, let's find out. Please do not assume more things about me. Because you assume so many things about me. Yeah, it's still there. I don't delete comments. The people have to delete comments. So please do not make further assumptions. I insist that you do not make further assumptions. It's still there. So good luck. Good luck. Other people can, like, you can go and look if you want. Insert name. It doesn't really matter if you send screenshots or not. But you can talk with insert name if you want. Go ahead and talk with insert name if you want. Insert name knows a lot more about this than I do. Okay, so now let's finally reveal the thing. So finally, my diatribe is a monument to intellectual vacuity. I actually had to look up what vacuity means, but perhaps we'll save that for another time. And Sisyphean, that is a really clever way of using Sisyphus. So Sisyphean endeavor to construct an elaborate facade of erudition, however you pronounce it, on top of a foundation of insecurity and ignorance. I agree, actually. I totally agree. I genuinely feel that I have an insecurity, not just an ignorance, but also an insecurity about my ignorance. So oftentimes when I approach something, it's often from a point of reservation. I am ever apprehensive of making strong and bold claims, right? So rather than engaging in substantial discourse, well, this is the YouTube comment section, but let's just say that I am, which I'm doing now, right? Because Ray is both in Twitch and YouTube. Let's have a discussion and engage in substantial discourse. I mean, I'm doing now, whether the person like it or whether the person is receptive or not. I have chosen to erect a labyrinth of obfuscation by stating what I think and what I obviously do on stream, and self-aggrandizement, a futile attempt to obscure the glaring deficiencies that undermine my credibility. Let's be real a little bit here. What credibility? You arrived at someone who barely is visible in a swarm of content creators. Rarely would that be context for having any form of credibility. Not only that, I've actually diminished my credibility to supersede any attempts or misinterpretations that I find myself an expert in anything. So not only am I trying to obfuscate, I'm trying to ironically do exactly that, which is to downplay my own credibility. All right? And if you can read Rex, oh, that came out a little bit rude, but you do know that I responded to your response, right? Like, you're saying, like, I told you I was goofing around with ChatGPT. Yeah, before you continue to assume and jump to things, there's a reconciliation coming, and I actually responded to your comments. So yeah, so good, fine, but we're gonna continue, right? I know that was ChatGPT arguing. You literally say it in the next post before you have an aneurysm and continue to be impatient, like the way you expressed your first comment and your second comment, and then now spamming and saying that I deleted something, which I didn't. Before being rash, we're all fair here. I actually think this AI, okay, it's not you. Let's spoil it. All right, well, this is how I engage in length, so good luck, I suppose. So by all means, continue. Okay, I guess by all means, I will continue to bask in the delusion of my own intellectual superiority. Yeah, thanks. I will do me. Thank you. That's about probably the first genuine thing you said to me that was compassionate to my own feelings. Good luck, like I said in the response later, good luck on your endeavors and your pursuit. I actually think you provided a wonderful experience for me. Like, this is a great way to talk about things that happen on the internet. And it's a great way to talk about language, English, and how it feels to, present content about Duolingo. It's a part of the process. And I don't have any hard feelings, but it seems like you continue to have hard feelings about it. So I'm sorry that this may be at your expense. I know it's supposed to be a joke, but listen. Okay, so but know what your words say have no weight than in. Oh, I love this ending. This ending is so good. I love this ending from ChatGPT. So just so you know, the cat's out of the bag. The twist is, this is a ChatGPT thing, but hey, I didn't want to assume, but I already alluded to when I read the first paragraph, I knew it was ChatGPT, but hey. It was Claude. Oh man, now we're getting into Dunning-Kruger again. Dunning-Kruger. Okay. Sure. Sorry, it was Claude. I'm sorry. Like, yes, many people do not know. Right, you're right. Sorry, it was AI generated prompt. So, good job, Claude. So, I love this last phrase quite a lot. So by all means, continue to bask in the delusion of your own intellectual superiority. So I'm both insecure and superior at the same time, so awesome. But know that your words carry no more weight than the ephemeral whispers of a deluded charlatan, destined to dissipate into the ether of irrelevance, leaving only a fleeting reminder of the vast chasms between pretense and substance. Amazing. I actually think this is brilliant. This is, dude, this part, that's savage. That is heckin' savage. I think that is heckin' savage. Where basically it's feeding the insecurities of irrelevancy, and usually most people can resonate with that all the time. That's one of the biggest sources of insecurities online, being irrelevant. But you know, it's very poetic that someone who is already largely irrelevant don't have to be reminded about this because it's a common day thing, right? So it not only was the savageness so deflated, it was kind of, I would love to say this in my own words to someone else one day and tell them that it's okay. Irrelevancy is okay, as long as one live a very happy and self-sustaining life. It's irrelevant if they are relevant to other people or not. So you might call that whispers of delusion from a charlatan or someone that is naive, but hey, I've seen so many happy people who I quite sometimes envy, who live austere lives, and if I can't leave an impression on anyone, that's perfectly fine with me. So here we go. And then obviously the cat's out of the bag. The cat's out of the bag. But let me write my retort, right? Let's write my let's read my response. So I've already considered most of these things. I consider myself humbled by your profoundly and impressively flamboyant demonstration of your natural condescension while ascertaining my alleged insecurities. It's true. The AI has apparently able to surmise my insecurities, and they are true. I can confirm there are insecurities. They are also humbling, somewhat profound by the statements, and it's impressively flamboyant as well. So I thank you for removing any doubt, though, regarding my initial impressions of the user who went out of their way to use something to mask their own insecurities. Imagine stating that being familiar with a prominent figure's incredible breadth of work, thank you, Stephen Krashen, would suggest some sort of masterclass understanding, as opposed to some semblance to attempt at acknowledgement and resonance. So rather than engaging in substantial discourse, one of the user decided to use AI to obfuscate their commitment to talking to a stranger about language learning. So perhaps that would be the apt retort to that. So I apologize for being unable to meet someone's lofty expectations, and not the lofty expectations that I was expecting. I apologize for not seeing that oh, the thing's a joke. So you make comments to a person who takes things seriously a joke. So I didn't meet that expectation. I clearly don't know. I was debating with AI, which I'm not doing right now. I'm actually making an inference and deduction from the user of the AI. So, and being unable to reciprocate your obvious depth of understanding of Krashen's work, which I have yet to hear about. So I welcome you, Ray, and Ray/Rex to inform me about your great passion about this man. Insert name believes this man is right, so fair enough. And you guys can definitely educate me on that. Furthermore, deciding to promote some sort of stance of righteousness because, oh yeah, it's AI, so therefore it's not wrong, it's a joke, that is still righteousness. And while making an arguably unnecessary display of eccentricity, which also involves the person who thinks it's not a big deal to post on someone's video by using AI and saying, I take it back, it's a joke, then accusing that person of deleting the post, that is still eccentricity. It's part of your personality and is poetic. It's very poetic. And which is most definitely elevated by an impressive command of the English language used by the AI. Because the AI presented that, which honestly, it's very clever. It's a clever use, I suppose. And perhaps, once again, the subjunctive, perhaps some of your superior perception, which you feed to the AI, so the AI is seeded by your perceptions, your depth of knowledge, I don't know how deep it is, but you obviously know more about Stephen than I do, and alleged expertise, because I don't know you, but you do present yourself as someone of an expert, may allow an ignorant, self-aggrandizing, which is what I'm doing now, right? Because I'm fulfilling the prophecy that I'm self-aggrandizing, and insecure language learning to continue with their obvious, and I'm not obfuscating anything, these are obvious soliloquies of self-reflection and alleged unassailable intellect to continue sharing what is intended as anecdotal commentary, as in I'm sharing my feelings, I'm sharing my commentary, I'm resonating with many other people who have these same insecurities, as opposed to someone who has no compassion for the person they're talking to and still think that they're in the right to offer unsolicited advice and continue to belittle the point of what that person does online. This is what I do online. And you keep deflating and saying, oh, well, he's still arguing with an AI generated prompt. That's exactly my point. And to persist in ignorant bliss. So that's a concession. Good night, insert name. So that is a concession. And I thank you for a humbling reality check, be it the AI or the user. And then, of course, this apparently is the deleted thing that I'm showing, but here it is, still on my YouTube feed. I'm just goofing around ChatGPT, by the way. Don't take any of this seriously. Imagine when I say ChatGPT, that person corrects me and says Claude, even though they said ChatGPT themselves. So, technical aside, I'm simply reflecting my ignorance based on ignorant comments, right? So, look in the mirror, I suppose. And then at the end, I say what I typically say all the time. Even though we find great disagreements and maybe our intents are miscommunicated and whatnot, I don't delete comments. Okay? The idea is I had my suspicions and I loved it, actually. I love the goofing around ChatGPT. In fact, there is a digression video. I think it's about an hour to 2 hours. An hour to 2 hours regarding how people could use ChatGPT to be greater than ChatGPT. So this would be a great example of an application of it. Perhaps might not be the most ideal in my situation. However, it was that, right? And I had my suspicions, and I said, I loved it. Thanks for the excellent read, which I did now to make it very abundantly clear. I read it multiple times, actually. I spent many hours reading it. It was really great. I actually learned quite a lot about the like sentence structure in English, and found it delightful, challenging, and earnestly humbling, because I don't think my writing can be as flamboyant as whatever ChatGPT version they used, etc. So the effort was much appreciated. At least I feel the effort was much appreciated. Whether it was effortful to Ray or not, I appreciate it. I presented, I'm curious about the prompt you used to generate that impressive piece. I even asked how they generated the piece. Again, this was not responded. Apparently, Ray can't see the post anymore. I don't know what is it about YouTube, but the posts are still there in my YouTube. So this is what I wrote. So if you're not seeing this now, here's the response that I wrote 9 hours ago, immediately the same hour you said I'm just goofing around, because I really do take this seriously. So on a different note, much like I said before, I do take such matters quite seriously. I'm a salty person. I love my salt. I don't take things with a grain of salt. I inhale salt. I love salty foods. So I do take things very seriously. And however, rest assured that I'm rarely so fragile in the sense of my feelings get hurt because of this. I'm actually enamored. It's not fragile in the sense that it can be broken. It's fragile in the sense that I get over enthusiastic. I get triggered by such things. So it's worth exploring all the time. And also, I made the concession, nor do I have much emotional investment in otherwise in informative and unprecedented interaction with a stranger on the internet, because we are strangers. However, me being a content creator means that you have the privilege, if you want, to critique me more than I can critique you. So it's disappointing, in my opinion, that this entire misunderstanding about jokes and unsolicited advice and stuff was unable to be circumvented by allegedly you saying you have the attention span or the curiosity and compassion to understand where I'm coming from. But hey, we can agree to disagree on that one. So, real talk though, and much like most things, real talk, I hope you are doing well with your pursuits, whatever they are. Maybe badgering a small-time content creator who basically record things for their own posterity and then accusing them of needing to have self-aggrandizement, right, by dual streaming things, right? That the idea is to interact with people. Whether I desire it or not, it's a welcome dimension to learning language. So whether your pursuits are to badger someone that is, relatively speaking, irrelevant, perhaps that would be worth considering your pursuits, reconsidering your pursuits. And I'm certainly, as usual, I'm certainly open to hearing your thoughts about Severin Krashen. As I've mentioned previously, I am familiar with his work. However, my familiarity is very likely dwarfed by anyone who possesses a notable passion for his work. So I like to probably presume that Ray knows a lot more about Severin Krashen than I do. Also, I hope you don't mind if I use this encounter as inspiration for future discussion at a later session. And there completes the inception of today's digression. So as an exercise of humility, I actually quite find the AI did a revealing thing, but I don't know how the prompt was generated. So that's a problem. Like, if the prompt was generated by, I don't actually know how ChatGPT works with these like flamboyant ones, but if the prompt was generated by seeds, right? These seeds are accurate. So first, the way I analyze wherever this prompt is, ChatGPT is at least doing something that synthesizes very interesting insights, unless the user is providing that insight. So regardless, it's either the user understands these assertions or ChatGPT is inferring these. And what I wanted to highlight today is that it is remarkable. Like, I'm incredibly humbled. If the user claims they take no responsibility, right? They take no responsibility for seeding any of these ideas, then holy heck, ChatGPT is pretty amazing. We might have to use that for other things in the future. So if ChatGPT was able to infer insecurities, right? Insecurities, and then capitalize on them using fear, right? And then talking about the ego, as well as how ego motivates verbosity without the input of the user. That's amazing. But my natural inclination is to say that the user themselves seeded these ideas. They seeded these ideas, and that deserves effort. I actually think that's very commendable. They seeded these ideas, but at the same time, while they seeded these ideas, they pretend that they're not responsible. They try to say they're not responsible for anything ChatGPT does because they didn't write it. So, okay, sure. That's fine, I suppose. So while we're talking about the Dunning-Kruger effect, there's also a psychological theory that might be interesting, and it's called a dispersion of responsibility. So when someone doesn't literally do something, it's not their problem. They can see ChatGPT arguing with me, right? For example, I'm arguing with ChatGPT or something like that. I'm debating with ChatGPT. So they're the onlooker. They're not responsible for what happens after. So they do not take responsibility for using ChatGPT to post the things. It's a dispersion of responsibility. There you have it. It was fun. I had fun. I had a whole evening of thinking about all the different principles. It went a lot longer because I didn't expect to hear from this stranger again, nor did I expect other types of inputs, so I welcome them. I was going to go over what I did know about Stephen Krashen's work and how Stephen Krashen's work may have coincided with a lot of things that I've already spoken about, which was pretty sweet, but we'll cover that in the review on day 76. Like, apply some of Stephen Krashen's, my superficial understanding of Stephen Krashen's work later. And I could highlight some of these things, I suppose. Like, very quickly, in a lightning round, right? In a lightning round, I'll demonstrate how little I understand about Steve Krashen's work. So the ones that I want to talk about, well, usually people like oversimplify things to 5 hypotheses. One being the distinction between acquisition and learning. Two, no particular order, but input hypothesis, which I kind of talked about, but in the scope of fitness, I usually apply a side analogy to fitness about progressive overload, in a sense of progressive overload, right? But more for a progressive overload for the mind. And then the third take was no particular order. These are the order that is very relevant to something I've already said. Effectors, right? Effectors. In fact, I have a particular interest in effectors. Natural order. So there's natural order, which I don't know enough. So I can't make comment on natural order. There's no sample size or anything like that. The only relevant thing about natural order that maybe some people might connect is childhood development. Child and somewhat adult development. I talked about some of the consistencies in child development going into adulthood, which is more a practice in psychology than anything else. And then I think I'm missing one, which I am missing one. It's not one that I have commentary on because I don't directly have anything regarding it at the moment. Let me see. Pardon my non-specialization. Oh, right. Actually, I do have a little bit of a comment on monitor. So let's just go over it very quickly because I am not comfortable in talking in any more detail than I actually know. Acquisition and learning. So acquisition and learning, basically these two are separate. Is what I'm going to say about this. And I kind of agree. Sort of agree. It's very hard to determine, right? But there is some element of exclusivity. As in, what I mean is, if we were drawing a Venn diagram, right? And learning is on one end, and acquisition is on another end. I do believe the vast majority, there is room for exclusivity. But there's this shade of overlap that may or may not be there, based on critics and all that stuff. So naturally, when I'm using Duolingo, just to put it into context now, we're going back to Duolingo. So everything's going to be related back to Duolingo so that we can conclude what I'm learning from this experience. In my evening of cursory reading of Krashen's work. So Duolingo, it's learning. That's it. It's learning. And it's barely acquisition. That's probably all I could say about Duolingo, superficially. So, and just so you know, I love these semantics. I love the semantics because this reflects my thing about the word study, where study is a component of practice and learning. But here's the thing. Here's the coincidental thing. I don't talk about acquisition at all. In fact, a lot of times I talk about the whole fluency thing, the fluency thing. My goal is not fluency, right? We talked about that a couple of times. And fluency often deals with the concept of acquisition. So my title everywhere is using the word learn. And I'm distinctly separating it from the concept of practice. So much like Rashin's essence of trying to distinguish acquisition from learning in secondary language formation, I'm distinguishing between the idea of learning and practicing. Duolingo often is used as a tool for practicing, and I'm making the attempt to try to compensate all the learning deficiencies that Duolingo has. So I'm incorporating lots of mindsets and practices that may use Duolingo in a different sense for learning. And I much agree with, to put it in line with a lot of critics, Duolingo doesn't help you acquire things a lot of times. It's not acquisition, it's learning. You do vocabs, phrase, pattern recognition. It's learning without acquisition. So that flows coincidentally with Stephen Rashin's first, like usually the most influential hypotheses. Like, I thought that was awesome, right? That's pretty cool that there's a person out there that make this distinction that I had suspicions about. This little shade of gray here though, like here, that's where there's like opponents and stuff. Like, do learning phrases, vocabulary, and grammar structure lead to acquisition? Well, to Stephen, it's a very tentative, strong no. You need acquisition and a specific approach for acquisition that is not dependent on learning. As in, learning is not sufficient for acquisition, but acquisition is. That's what the distinction is, at least my superficial understanding of it. So yes, I actually agree with that. Duolingo is for learning Japanese, not for acquisition of Japanese. So in fact, that opened my vocabulary. It actually opened my scape, like my perception, and it aligns with lots of the Japanese learners' critiques. Duolingo doesn't support fluency because fluency involves acquisition and less so learning. But learning in some regards it's usually both is what contributes to fluency. However, for me, I actually have not that much reservation to agree with Stephen that when you learn grammar and you repeat things and you speak things repetitiously like I do on Duolingo, remember that that's not all I do. I stream Duolingo. I still have the rest of my life to do other things. While that is worth mentioning, I am learning Japanese and not acquiring Japanese when I'm streaming Duolingo. Right? That's very agreeable. When I'm not streaming, I'm actually incorporating acquisition. I watch anime with only Japanese subtitles. I either have to read the Japanese subtitles or listen to the entire thing, and I'm focused on whatever I can hold on to. It's regardless. I don't have a dictionary in my hand. I don't have it's what is the closest thing that I am motivated to do, which deals with effectors, by the way, comprehensive input. And I actually do encourage that. I also do grade readers. And you know what? What's interesting about that is that a prominent support of Rashin's work is that they provide grade readers. And this, understanding grade readers, things like Todaku, Tatoku, Bakoku, Tadoku, grade readers blends into the next hypotheses, which is input hypothesis. And the idea of, in order for someone to promote acquisition, the input has to be slightly beyond or appreciably, significantly beyond the comprehension of the reader. So that's where grade readers come in. So the idea is you don't use the reference to seek being corrected, self-corrected, and all that stuff. You engage in it beyond your comprehension level and let yourself listen, comprehend, and fill in the gaps. So grade readers are very effective in that method, where, okay, if you feel like this is where you're comfortable in, go one level higher, right? And actually, Steven supports their own version of grade readers. So yes, I am familiar with those too, because Lotus, a friend, I would consider a friend now in the language learning community, suggested grade readers over 30 days back. And I've had grade readers as a basis for self-enrichment. So no, I'm not a stranger to say, I'm not suggesting I learned all of this in Duolingo. I haven't ever suggested that. I actually highly recommend, sometimes when people say, like recently someone said, oh, I asked them, how do you learn? Like, why do you like video games or something? And they said, it's a story. And I'm like, can you translate that into language learning? Because they said Duolingo doesn't work for them. The input method that Duolingo has doesn't work for them. Like, well, you like stories. How about try some grade readers, right? Try some grade readers. And I've literally said that day. I've actually said that multiple times. Because I've been introduced to grade readers. And the input hypotheses is that, much like fitness or muscles and progressive overload, I use the analogy of fitness because it's a little bit more resonating. It's a little bit tangible, where when you push yourself slightly beyond your limits, that's when that growth happens. So the idea is, the input method is about I plus 1. So whatever your current competency level is, you have to be able to measure it first. So that's where I focus on. First, you have to establish if the person knows what their competency level is. Much like fitness, you have to know when your failure, close to failure, is. Accurately being able to determine where your competency, both physically or mentally, is first. And this is where the critique comes from. You have to establish the competency of your person in order to accurately determine and apply the input hypotheses, which is where you push your boundaries. So what do I do in Duolingo? Well, I juggle more and more tasks on Duolingo. Duolingo itself does not offer those enrichment. So I do it on top of it. I'm doing more work than Duolingo is asking me to do. I could simply sit down and memorize all the answers. Your name is up there. It's because of grade readers, Lotus. I'm still thanking you for the grade readers. It's irrelevant to this person's, this prominent person's hypotheses, Lotus. So thank you again for inspiring me for grade readers. It's very important to this argument, actually, or this demonstration per se. So the input hypotheses, I agree with it, actually. I agree with the input hypotheses, not just for language learning. It works and is paralleled by the fitness thing. When you're able to accurately understand where your limits are, pushing past it temporarily, resting and continuing again, you form a new baseline. You raised your cap, right? It's kind of the whole near fatigue thing. And this concept is, again, superficially, I'm not a fitness expert as well, is often referred to as progressive overload. And you can apply a similar analogous idea by way of Stephen Krashen's input hypotheses. If your competency is at I, and you accurately can measure that and know what your competency is at, pushing slightly past it with a comprehensive input will generally lead to an uplift in your performance. For Duolingo, it changes very, very slowly. And I made mention of that all the time, right? When we got to section 2, I talked about how many new elements, how many new vocabulary is introduced per unit, what is the structure, what are they doing to scale up, and knowing where they do to scale up and where my performance is at, like 95%, if I want to hold 80% retention or something, I add to it because Duolingo does not provide that. as an input method. So I scale up my engagement. Starting in after day 75, I will start to use Japanglish, right? That is something that I will have to juggle manually as a content creator and demonstrating my use of Duolingo. The idea is it centers around Duolingo, but I'm increasing my input. I'm attempting to increase my input when the tool fails to do so. When I'm off stream, I'm also attempting to do that. Okay? I'm also attempting to do that. Basically, okay, if I started with lower anime, like I talked about anime as in like appropriate anime for beginners and stuff. Actually, Lotus and I talked about it a little bit. You can, there's ratings for anime on their competencies. And guess what? I'm applying the input hypotheses. I will be encouraged to watch anime with specific levels of competency, expectations, average, and I will continue to escalate to increase my input. So yes, I love the first two, the idea, the essence of the first two of Stephen Krashen's work. Now, the third one is the big one for me, and actually is the least contentious part of their hypotheses, which is the effectors, right? The effectors include confidence, motivation, insecurities. I'm going to put in some more things. Monotony, so complacency and monotony, novelty. There are a lot. I specifically focus on this thing because I believe this, much like what he says, can reduce or even block acquisition and learning, both acquisition and learning, and the efficacy of the input hypotheses. When the effectors are sufficiently high, you have people who don't even participate in the activity. So this is where I start most of the time. So yesterday I had a 1 to 2 hour discussion about people's motivations, right? How to stay consistent with your motivations. Today I had 2 strangers who asked what my opinions are about like the ideal method or mastery of the method and stuff. It deals with effectors. I have to ascertain, like, does it matter? How does it make you feel? Does it stop you from learning if people don't think you're a master of the language, right? Ask yourself that, and then try to decompartmentalize or deconstruct maybe things that can elevate that if it becomes a barrier. This is the concern for effector filters. If they become too high, it will effectively negate all of these. And most of my discussions, actually not 70% of my discussions, are talking about psychological, a lot of people use the word tricks, but I would say more perspective shifts in order to remove the, what I would say, axiomatic block, right? Like, this can't be a block. It will diminish the rest. So most of this guy's hypotheses are predicated on the idea that the effectors are sufficiently low enough to prevent acquisition, learning, and applying the input hypotheses, in my opinion. And it's the least, in my opinion, also is the least contentious hypotheses, because most people, not even in just the language learning community, even in logical systems, will suggest that if you don't do the task, it doesn't matter anything else. It's a null. It supersedes everything. So if you don't participate in the task, regardless of how in-depth, hypotheses-driven acquisition, the semantics of learning, if the person does not participate in the task, the results are null. So this is my main focus on most things. It's something that I do believe that when people are focused on this, notice these are 1 and 2, by the way. These are the focus all the time, because the assumption is that the vast majority of people who are interested in doing this don't have crippling effector limitations, effector filters. When we're talking about Duolingo, why is this important? The focus of Duolingo is actually addressing the effector filters. And it secondarily is adopting like some arguably archaic and less effective methods in which actually a lot of the proponents of Stephen Krashen is suggesting that, oh, well, yeah, it's, Duolingo is lowering effectors, but it will never lead to acquisition, so it doesn't matter. So that's kind of a strong argument. That might be a problem. But what I would concede or maybe try to compromise is that that Duolingo focuses on learning a language. It doesn't focus on acquisition of a language. So much like using or trying to understand the essence of Stephen's work, I like to believe it might be acceptable and reasonable to suggest that Duolingo focuses on learning a language but not acquisition of a language. Meanwhile, their primary focus is first removing the effector filters from individuals and looking at the statistical reach, right? Just observing the statistical reach of Duolingo, which suggests that effector filters are a remarkably first thing, right? Like we can agree that statistically Duolingo has a big influence, and that influence often comes with lowering effector filters for language learning. So what can we glean from all of this? It would be nice if future content like grade readers and stuff can somehow address this while also offering substantial transparency and like explicit instructions for how to use it or with input hypotheses and the acquisition of a language, right? Pragmatically and explicitly, maybe something to balance out the filters that are preventing the mental block. So we'll apply that. Natural order, I can't say much about natural order. The idea is that this hypothesis is incredibly contentious, but there is a natural order to acquiring the language. Like what comes first, what comes second, natural order. I can't make commentary about that because I myself cannot relive my life, and I haven't asked people how it was acquired, and it's assuming the people remember how it was acquired. For me, natural order varied. So if I were to use anecdotally how natural order worked, my Spanish experience was different from my Fujianese experience, which is now different from my Japanese experience. So in terms of natural order, I don't know. It's a sample size of 1, right? Anecdotally, and then it contrasts to pretty much the limited sampling size that I've had when we talk about this to people like Lotus, Indy, and whatnot, right? And I know it's kind of hard to see this thing here, asteroids. It's not meant to be useful other than showing how chaotic my thoughts are. So unfortunately, this type of format, it's probably more encourageable to see it happen while it's happening as opposed to the goal of a snapshot, right? Because most of my things are process oriented. And then last one is monitor. And monitor is kind of what Duo does. It kind of does this. Kind of. What does monitor mean? Monitor is that what you learn. So this is a concession. I think it's a little bit of a concession. To show that learning does have a effective role in the overall scheme of language acquisition. When you learn grammar, vocabulary, phrases, and stuff, without the focus on acquisition, that learning can help monitor the acquisition. Only you can know the best way where you learn. So, the monitor, it's very true, Asteroid. It's very true. The stuff you learn help you self-correct. So there are, but it's downplayed. That's why it's usually further down on the list. Actually, natural order tends to be on the lowest list because it's the most contentious and hard to find. But monitor is equally as down, which is the idea of downplaying learning. What we learn, like grammar structure, vocabulary, how to pronounce certain things, that's self-correcting, is very, very secondary. Is what the gist of what I get from the idea. Natural acquisition, the acquisition predicated on reading and listening, will inevitably lead to the acquisition of the language. So Gabriel said that, I believe, oh, I forgot to read that. So I believe I did master it then because I could just say English is a Chinese dialect and use the characters to display English words. Oh yeah, that's fair. So Gabriel mentioned that asked what my opinion was if they're learning Chinese but have no desire to learn Mandarin, just to have no desire to learn Mandarin just to write the characters, but they like to know how to write and read a language, right? As opposed to like maybe speaking a language. This theory, it's very coincidental that this leads to this. The idea is that if you spend a lot of time reading and writing in comprehensive input, like native speak, like only listen to native things slightly above your input, right? Slightly above your input all the time, you will gradually acquire it. It is the most efficient and almost the necessary way to, and sufficient and necessary way to dramatically improve language acquisition. And that is the theory. And one of it is, yeah, you can learn stuff to monitor that progress. However, it is dwarfed by the focus on natural exposure, comprehensive input, basically. Comprehensive input and exposure to the language itself. Naturally, it would be something like total immersion, right? But total immersion with the competency of knowing where your competence level is currently at and gradually add progressive overload. So engaging more than your current competency consistently in a comprehensive manner. So yeah, I agree with this. The learning is to monitor things. And I've talked about this a bit already. People have heard me say this a lot because in the Japanese learning community, oftentimes it deals with correctness, right? Correctness, almost immediate corrections, like grammar, pronunciation, like pitch accents, things like that. And the answer for me is I encourage both. I'll take the corrections and stuff, but I also don't have it raise my effectors, right? So that's kind of where I'm coming from. So instead of motivating people based on like, oh yeah, learning is not that important. Learning is not that important because acquisition is better. So just don't worry about making mistakes, or don't worry about like knowing all the things. I encourage that. However, at the same time, I don't discourage people from concentrating on pitch accent and immediate grammar structure to like lower the barrier of effectors. So it's a touchy it's a very it's like a feedback loop, right? If your effectors get too high, it's going to stop you from doing it in the first place. Well, if you need to lower the effectors by learning grammar, But knowing grammar leads to learning, but not acquisition. Which acquisition is probably the person's goal. It will then go back to increasing the effector's impact again. So it's like a circle. It keeps going around. So you have to navigate this. And my oftentimes is much like what Ashray says. Only you can know the best way for you to learn. My whole goal of all this digression with with Stephen, Krashen, and Ray's post is that competency often deals with self-awareness. Sometimes my self-awareness is reflected in insecurities a lot. So I tend to focus on these. I leverage my understanding of my insecurities in order to focus on inspiring people, or at least inspiring people to reduce their effectors. Effectors include insecurities, lack of confidence, fear, uncertainty, and doubt, commitment, right? Boring. Well, it's more like motivation. So I start there. I ask the person, like, what are your effectors? I try to determine if the effectors are too strong. If they're not, right, check. So they say like, oh yeah, I'm very self-motivated. And, indicate a lot of these that, yeah, all right, so it's not an effector thing. So then I ask questions, right? Ask questions about their competence. So like, what language do you know? How many languages do you use? Have you learned languages before? And is this your first or second or third language? How do you feel about your general performance when it comes to acquiring a language? What are the current methods that you're doing? And are you aware of your progress or not? That's establishing competence, which is I. And then knowing a lot about what they share, maybe, just maybe, I can add another input. Now, this is where it gets a little hairy. It might not be comprehensive input. But here's the thing. Comprehensive input, some input, is still more than no additional input. So if this person really loves grammar, my goal is maybe I have another way for the person to expose themselves to grammar. That increases the input for grammar, which increases the input for learning, which is my focus. However, it may not contribute to acquisition, or it may a little bit. Like, it has diminished returns on acquisition according to Stephen Krashen's philosophy, theories, that acquisition is nearly mutually exclusive from learning, but nearly exclusive. So yes, it's going to have a really small, but what happens is it still promotes something. No learning, no acquisition is worse, in my opinion, like logically worse. So if the person isn't even learning, how do you suggest motivating the person to acquire something? By raising their effectors. Like, oh yeah, just jump in, like surround yourself with native speakers, and then the effectors go straight up the roof, right? Now they're not learning or acquiring anything because they haven't established their level of competency in order to engage in input management. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's really the key. The biggest factor is just it's time. Yeah, it's time. It's involved in time. You can study in peak efficiency. Yeah, but if it's 20 minutes a day, you aren't going to learn at the rate of someone who's half paying attention. Yeah, so um yes and no, but the idea is it's difficult to understand the efficacy of something if that person isn't able to monitor and accurately adjust to what they require as to like lean towards acquisition or learning. And oftentimes it starts at the level of effector filters where like if it's so high, even half paying attention, like someone might have less inhibitions half paying attention for 8 hours than that same person doing 20 minutes of peak efficiency in which they acquire nothing, right? They're completely blocked out, or the vice versa, or etc. Whether that is the case, the idea is that increasing the amount, the available value of inputs offers sometimes overwhelming, but also potentially necessary and sufficient ways of improving the input while possibly having enough flexibility to deal with their effective filters, like the things that are affecting their motivation and stuff. So naturally, yes, I agree. And then I'm not going to talk about natural order because I don't agree with natural order, or like personally, natural order doesn't reflect my own personal experience. And then monitoring comes with learning. So right now we're typically only in the field of learning because that's what Krashen says. So I would say it's kind of a little bit of both, but here's my take. How relevant is my information or like things that I'm talking about? It's not prescription, by the way. So the things I'm talking about is not to say that's what they are, but more they might be this. They may be this. This is commentary, right? And yesterday, my interaction with Ray and stuff spawned all this. It allows me to contextualize and wrap a lot of the things that I talk about in a more, I guess, formal manner. But I'm not like a secondary language acquisition theorist or like 80 years of experience. So if you're really interested, the person I'm talking about is spawned from this person. And the idea is that a stranger heeded me, or like they told me to heed the person's warning that I should be familiar with Stephen Krashen's work. And this is my best attempt in the small amount of time that I'm given to prep something. And I think 3 hours is pretty good, in my opinion. 3.5 hours before I start my lesson. I haven't started my lesson yet today. But yes, we are learning Japanese. So to contextualize this, I come on stream after practicing an evening of lowering my effectors. As in, I build up my motivation. I engage in acquisition outside to motivate myself because acquisition is very rewarding. So I do watch anime. I do listen to Japanese influencers who only speak in Japanese. I use Japanese subtitles on my own time. And then many other inputs that are non-comprehensive, as in they have English in it. They have, other languages and stuff. And then I entertain other languages as well, like Fujianese. So those do not count, but I do engage in acquisition comprehensive inputs on my free time. When the stream comes on, it's Duolingo. Duolingo is about learning Japanese, which is also still contentious because a lot of people say it doesn't actually, you don't learn Japanese. Well, you don't acquire Japanese in Duolingo, in the words of Stephen Krashen, I suppose. So we are learning Duolingo we're learning Duolingo. We're learning Japanese using Duolingo, and the things I talk about, my soliloquies of self-importance from my interaction with this stranger's ChatGPT generated statement, is that most of the things I digress about is about managing the filters. Those filters supersede everything else. And from time to time, I do talk about input hypotheses. Coincidentally, it's coincidence. The input hypotheses and the acquisition versus learning. However, I haven't vocalized it that way, and it's great, actually. I do love that. About the distinction, it's very provocative. I can understand why these hypotheses are so influential, right? It's very contentious. It's hard to measure and whatnot, but that nebulous nature allows commentary, much like my commentary, right? So most of the time I'm talking about the psychological motivations and all the effects of what they call effector filters on language learning. And then after that, occasionally from my experience using Duolingo, and then how I incorporate more comprehensive input or non-comprehensive input, those are the ways to maximize the amount of input so that it saturates my competence. As in, I keep adding more things so that I don't become complacent and stagnating. Being complacent and stagnating means that I am not exceeding my competence level. So I know the idea is, if my goal is to acquire Japanese, I must add more comprehensive input. But I have voiced this time and time again. My goal is to simultaneously appreciate Japanese in the context of English. So when I'm increasing my input, the comprehensive input that I'm seeking for my goal is everything. All the resources that people have. So that's how that works. I love grade readers. And yes, Steven has free voluntary reading ideas. It's the methodology behind Tatoku grade readers. Exactly. Yeah. It's actually the other way around, probably. It might be separate, like coincidental, but yes, that's why Lotus's name came up, because Lotus introduced me to Tatoku graded readers, or the concept of graded readers. So by coincidence, I already have and participate in executing some of Steven Krashen's work. But this stranger is convinced that I'm a charlatan with superficial knowledge. And I still agree with that, because I actually didn't know that much about the person's work. But at least I made the attempt to be compassionate and educate myself. And yeah, it is superficial. I only had like an evening to review what I thought I heard on the grapevines. But knowing that, I've invested so much time and effort to exploring the different dimensions of language learning that by coincidence, I already have evidence of 4 or 5 comprehensive inputs outside of Duolingo. But the question here is, I do not discourage elitism and exclusivity from learning and acquisition dependent on my own personal preferences. I ask and inquire about the effective filters of the person, ascertain their competency or their ability to understand where their competency level is. Is it very detailed? Is it very accurate? Like, can they demonstrate it to me? And then try my best after gathering as many types of input as I can in my limited time. It's only been 71 days, okay? In my limited time, even gathering my experiences from my PhD times and all the learning methods that I have acquired, like the input learning methods, and try my best to try to add to that person's total input. The more you add to the input, they have the ability, if they are competent about their own input level, their competency, they can add one more. They can add one more until it becomes uncomfortable. Then your competency is being matched. It's being overwhelmed, right? And that's one thing that's hard to measure as well. That's one of the critics. It's hard to measure competency. And I agree, because it deals with individual case by case assertion, to ascertain what that person's perception of self is. So that is where my focus are, to enable someone by seeing how I evaluate myself. One of the core essences of becoming competent and consistent is having a regular and comfortable relationship with self-evaluation, or having other people evaluate you. So the beginning of all of this started with this post right here, which you can go see. Allegedly, apparently you can't see. So if I can ask people from YouTube if they can see this comment, but apparently it's allegedly deleted or something, or somehow it's still there on my YouTube feed. But this comment was a ChatGPT inspired comment, but it revealed lots of telling signs of things that are interesting psychologically and whatnot. And it inspired this thing from this person's comment of suggesting, hey, I should know something about Stephen Krashen. And it was great. I love it. But this individual continues to go out of their way to undermine how I think whatever they did is incredibly important. I mean, it's part of the process. So just in order to wrap this up, so then I can, pleasantly go to learn some Duolingo Japanese. It's great. I actually think my slight, I have no idea which. So my slight digression into this stuff for evening reading was very fruitful. It was very informative. And yes, I think looking at the free voluntary reading exercises for language is great, if they offer it in that language. Otherwise, Tatoku graded readers are fantastic. So, yeah, that's my attempt to show my cursory knowledge. I, again, have to emphasize that I've heard this person's name. This person's name has been mentioned a bunch of times. People have talked to me about it. And then yesterday evening was the first time I did reading. So this is 4 hours of reading. And then utilizing as much of my experience as I can to cross-reference with the interpretation of this guy's hypotheses. And that's the best I can do. It's probably not sufficient for the guy who basically attacked me, both publicly in real time and diminish my position consistently. But I hope that person finds it satisfactory, that maybe I don't know, they're right that I don't know a lot about this guy, but at least I made the attempt. And that's increasing input in a different way. So if we're gonna step back a little, I'm more interested in the learning process. So while some of these might hold true for like the distinction and specificity of language learning, life skills, there are a lot of transferable hypotheses regarding life skills, but one life skill is definitely emotional intelligence. And emotional intelligence doesn't necessarily operate like this. And it's ironic and poetic at the same time, because a person who is incredibly competent in the ins and outs of language can be incredibly incompetent in life skills like communication skills and emotional intelligence. That is, in my opinion, humbly, not a field and not something of concern to someone who focuses almost predominantly on language acquisition. It's secondary to that. It's axiomatically assumed that it's less of an issue if you're talking about language learning. It is assumed that effector filters are not the predominant source of failure. People are very motivated, and then these things work, in my opinion. So there you have it. That's my digression for the day. And I'll put this up in a video for anyone who's interested. I mean, it'll probably open to a lot of criticism, and I welcome to the criticism. I love when people share and talk amongst themselves, talk about things. Naturally, it's I'm not a person who encourages ad hominem arguments, which ad hominem arguments happen a lot. Indicative ad hominem arguments, like assuming things as opposed to strongly presuming things. And as well, just the idea that people expect other people to know exactly what they know and have the same competence and always be on the same wavelength. That is largely a lack of emotional intelligence in general. And then constantly putting themselves first is a lack of emotional intelligence. We're still human, not efficiency robots, in my opinion, humbly. So let's try to treat each other with respect, time, investment. If you don't care, that's fair. But there's a difference between being malicious and condescending and allowing someone to exist, right? I believe the platform and world is big enough to have contrasting approaches while also feeling self-satisfied. And that is my take from here. And this concludes my attempt at an exercise of humility. There are lots of things I don't know. I do actually have, or did have, and still might have a fragile ego. To combat a fragile ego is to iron an equally impressive form of protection. So my unassailable intellect, it's both reciprocated and conditioned by my incredible, deep familiarity and life with insecurities. Rather than have those insecurities rule my life and have people attack my insecurities, I use it as leverage to resonate with other people. So when someone goes out of their way to attack my insecurities, I don't have too much reservations to assume that person themselves lack insecurities. Otherwise, comments like, "Oh dude, don't take it seriously. I was just fooling around with ChatGPT. It's not my responsibility. I mean, I was just making a joke. You don't have to get so serious about it." Is someone that's probably very healthy. Very, very healthy. Like, healthy, probably very privileged, very smart, passionate. Things work for them. I didn't come from that background. So when I see insecurity, I see insecurity. And when you think you see insecurity in me, that's because it probably is. I don't deny that I'm not like some savant. I rarely ever present myself as a savant of anything. The whole goal is to be encouraging, even when you are filled with insecurities. I am a bottom line person. I look for the bottom line. And then we look up from the bottom line. We go up from the bottom line. You start here and you go up. Okay? So before someone comes again and tell me like, "Oh, I'm egotistical, I'm closed-minded," especially this person, like, what am I doing right now? I'm giving you all the time of day. All the time of day. And what I get back is you're wasting your time. From the actual person. You're wasting your time because I'm trying not to connect with this person. Meanwhile, that person just comes and goes, talk about a lot of belligerent, malicious, unfeeling comments. Well, that's okay. That's part of your personality, I suppose. I hope it treats you well enough in the future and make you successful and make you like a savant in your own right. I'm not here to resonate with you. I can't resonate with someone who's so comfortable in their own skin, challenges someone, and then say, oh, dude, sorry. I mean, like, I'm not being serious. I talk about, and that's where I'm going to end with it, because I can't tell you how many times someone says, I'm serious, by suggesting something, and then suddenly realize that they're not that serious and pull back. Well, I'm serious. And I'm serious about it. Who's being disingenuous? You or me? Because my take is I'm always going to treat you seriously because you spent your time doing it. So heck yeah, well, we're going to talk about it. You have to be very comfortable. Because really, I want a win-win. I aim for win-wins. The people I talk to aim for win-loses, in which I'm the loser. Like, oh yeah, I'm right. And you're wrong. Like, well, that means that you were a winner and you're still a winner. Congratulations. You managed to make yourself right and more right. And this would be the person that's calling me I'm arrogant. Like, all right. If you're right, you're right. I suppose. I humbly disagree that always being right somehow makes you not arrogant. Okay. Encourage great feelings. I hope everyone has fun learning Japanese. We're gonna go back to learning Japanese. Right? Thank you once again, stranger, for providing the source of inspiration about what it's like. Another episode, right? Another episode on what it feels like to learn Japanese, in quotes, to learn Japanese with Duolingo. There you have it. Okay. So let's go back. Let's turn this off. We're not saving that. Actually, I want to check one thing really quickly to make sure if I can see the comments. Actually, here. I will let other people tell me if the comments exist, because I am a little bit worried that the comment isn't there anymore. Usually the user has the ability to delete the comment. I guess I do too, technically. So I will allow people to see if I'm being accused of something that I'm pretty certain I'm not. Never mind. Yep, he deleted the comments. Here, I guess I will show something else. Yeah, so this person deleted their own comments. Wow. Okay. Well, here you go. I still can't see them. All right, I'll let you know, just so you know, guys. Just so you know, in case you're wondering, when you delete your comments off of a video, right? When you delete your comments off of a video, the content creator still has the history of the comments. So even if you decide to go out of your way to delete the comments, they're still in the history of, in my opinion. So maybe I should really capture this now. Yeah, never mind. I can't show you guys the comment because they don't exist anymore on the public side of things. Yeah, it's deleted. So the person retract their statements and stuff. Well, that's unfortunate. I actually thought it was great. So I can't even show you. Oh, actually, maybe I will, you guys can tell me. Oops. If you go to this, I don't know, anyone that I really trust, I suppose at this point. If you go to this YouTube video, you're probably going to see, if you go to the comments, for anyone who's curious, if you go to the comments, tell me if it looks like I'm talking to myself. If it does, then yeah, the viewer can delete comments, their own comments. Let me see. I wasn't reading. Yeah. So, and then I will show you that I can retrieve the comments. So if you're curious, it's probably just me talking to myself, which is kind of funny. And then let me go. Let me see if I can. I don't know if this will disappear from my YouTube though. My YouTube studio. Yeah, they're still here. Yeah. So yeah. I don't want to dox myself by accident, but can I dox myself here? Probably. Nah, we're safe. Here. Just momentarily. Just so you guys can see it, I suppose. So here you go. Right? 1 day ago. It's on day 70, Duolingo Japanese. So there you go. I honestly think I want to thank this person. It's very revealing, but I guess the person doesn't find that my earnesty and my seriousness is warranted their attention. I actually appreciate all the other comments that people made, and they stuck by their comments. So I over the time look at all these, like, you know, all these comments. I read every one, at least for now. It's still manageable, and most of the users stuck with their comments, and a lot of them are incredibly toxic, and I still think they're very valuable. They're incredibly valuable. So the person made claims that maybe security flagged it or something, but I read all the comments and I try my best to resonate. They vary from incredibly pedantic and verbose things to endearing things, but yeah, like Duolingo, like I talked about this already. Duolingo is terrible for learning Japanese. Literally the only thing it is good at is for revising materials, and even then you could probably get much further with a dictionary and some native media instead of dead sentence constructed with absolutely no context whatsoever, right? And then we talked about it a bunch of times, and then in the end we parted ways. This is the first time that and it's probably not going to be the last time that a person decided to not stick by their words, even though I'm grateful for them. Like, I actually think it's very meaningful to have this. So I'm incredibly secure at leaving this up. I'm not sure if that other person is. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that you had to encounter, I suppose, someone that is incredibly humbled by this interaction. So I want this to stay, but it's not there anymore. Like, these inputs are here. Like, that whole thing regarding like the ChatGPT thing, I thought it was great. It was an interesting use of ChatGPT. I haven't ever like had ChatGPT used against me. So it was really fun arguing or like debating or something, or dissecting ChatGPT. I actually spent like 2 or 3 hours talking about how I would go approach understanding if a prompt is ChatGPT. It was literally one of the videos about what my approach was. I think Cozy was the one that approached me on like, oh, so how would you go about looking for ChatGPT or ascertaining what a student would like? How would you get them to do it? I would get them to use ChatGPT and build upon it. So this is one of the fun examples. Regrettably, that person doesn't want this to be public, so that's understandable. So this will be the last time I'll mention this, since it's no longer publicly available. So here you go. For whatever it is, I suppose, I tried to wish the person good luck with their pursuit, but maybe that's just not enough. And you can't win them all, right? You definitely can't win them all. So I like to know that I received valuable experience from this. It is incredibly valuable to me. And I will be talking about this in a non-distant way without any concrete evidence, so we'll make it with a grain of salt. I don't know if this is going to stay on my history, but generally speaking, even deleted comments tend to persist on the creator's side for at least some time. However, on my channel, like on that video, I actually agree with this person. Those 3 comments are missing. However, you can delete your comments on videos. Like the user themselves can delete their comments. I'm not going to delete my comments because I want to keep myself accountable for what I said. I quite literally I do stand by my words. So I thought I could be encouraging, but so far this would be my first unsuccessful, call it like the first twinge of being unsuccessful at coming to a compromise, a mutual compromise in which maybe we reach an impasse, but we don't have malicious intent against each other. I don't have malicious intent, at least. And I hope that that person can have it in their hearts that I don't mean them harm. At least I tried my best to make it a learning experience to the best of my ability. So sorry that I can't fulfill this person's expectations, but I did also commit 2.5 hours to trying to educate myself on Stephen Krashen and how it impacts me as a language learner, as a novice dilettante. What was the word? The whispers of a deluded charlatan, right? I suppose I'll embrace the delusion until better people help me see the light. There you go. All right. With that, we're going to move beyond this and put it in our back pocket as an experience, right? As a learning experience. Maybe I'll do better next time. I could improve on how I interpret comments in the future, because if this becomes anything, these will become more and more frequent, right? And with that, I'm going to take a bathroom break. I know where the video ends. I'll be right back. Thanks again for listening. Okie dokie. All right. All right. Time to, oh no, there's a personalized practice. All right, we're gonna be like focused, or try to focus. Okay. This is gonna, the last thing I just did was gonna either make or break, maybe make or break my spirit in the future. I don't know. It's a gamble. I believe in the power of positive thinking. And hopefully that can circumvent any future. The more the future, the 10-year-old future of me that has come to doom my current existence. We'll see in 10 years. We'll see in 10 years. Hello, MAKU, in 10 years. Maybe you're not gonna go by MAKU anymore in 10 years, but hopefully you understand and live without regrets in another 10 years. I'll see you in 10 years. Okay. All right. Review. Oh, and then we get to draw kanji. To draw kanji.
綺麗な景色を見ましょう。
綺麗な景色。綺麗な景色を見ましょう。So we should look at pretty views. The pretty views. Very cute. We should look at the pretty views. What a nice, pleasant... Wait, I'm a little bit loose right now, and we gotta make sure I'm actually paying attention here. 綺麗な景色を見ましょう. Good look. Yes. All right. はい。はい。something の川は綺麗です。Let's see. 近く. Yeah, I gotta get used to. So this means slightly different, right? We have a slight interpretation difference that I noticed yesterday that I've been slacking on. So the difference between near by river and near the river, right? And let's see if I think this is expressing the nearby river, but maybe not. Yeah, the nearby river is pretty, and the way they're doing it is because of like the order, right? It's the nearbys, so to speak, the nearbys locations river, right? And I've been a little lax on that recently. I've been more focused on gathering the essence of these prompts. So like, oh yeah, you know, it's a river nearby, but it's really two separate, like really specific nuanced things, right? But it's okay. It's okay. We'll get it.
バーベキューとピクニックをしませんか?
バーベキューとピクニックをしませんか? バーベキューとピクニックをしませんか? And then we have this thing, right? And it's being interpreted as have, where it's a little bit of a stretch, but we got this. So, would you like to have a barbecue and a picnic? Right? キャンプは楽しいです. Camping is fun.
5月に北海道で何をしましょうか。
5月に北海道で何をしましょうか? What should we do in Hokkaido in May? Soto wa outside is hot or warm? Soto wa atatakai desu.
5月1日は雨です。
5月, oh no, wait, did you just do what I think you did? Wait.
5月1日は雨です。
Okay, never mind. Good. 5月1日は雨です。So, 5月1日は5月1日は雨です。So, May will be rainy. May 1st will be rainy, sure. You know what's also weird about that? Do people, I don't know. How often do you see May 1st written like this? That's probably what's throwing me off. I guess largely I probably write it this way, right? In like a sentence form. I don't think I've written it this way before. May 1st. Sorry, I muted myself and I didn't unmute myself. Shio to kosho. Kosho. Is it kosho?
胡椒
Kosho. Yeah, kosho. So, shio to kosho.
は
Wa
あまり
amari tsukaimasen. Imagine not really using salt and pepper. The outdoors is pretty. So,
外
soto wa kirei desu.
はきれいです。
Sometimes, sorry, I'm trying to. Hey, Indy, yo. Oh, wa? Oh, ma, oh, yeah, oh, ma, oh, ha? Oh, ha, oh. Man, you and Indy come up with so many different ways to greet. Indy, hello. Hello. I don't even remember. Oh, what was the Yahoo? Okay. How's it going, Indy? You missed a really interesting you're repeating what you hear in the anime? Oh, I should do that sometime. Yahoo. Yeah, I heard Yahoo before. I still haven't had the opportunity of picking up a phone and said mush mushy. I don't pick up phone calls anymore, so that's a missed opportunity because early anime times, man. Saying hello on the phone, classic. I'm kind of curious how people answer phones in Japanese now. Do they still stick with that? So what have you been up to, Indy? Did you finish watching your 4 episodes of anime? Is that why you're always like around this time? Would you like to grill fish? Yakimasu. Yakimasen? Yakimasen ka? Sakana o yakimasen ka?
Sakana o yakimasen ka?
You did finish the first season of Rent a Girlfriend? Ooh, do tell. Oh, okay, I wasn't expecting. Whoa, that's quite a startling opposite of what you said yesterday. What happened? Why did the anime tick you off? Was it like a cliffhanger or something? Sometimes cliffhangers can be very abrupt, but that's a 180. The 180 from what you said yesterday. Or the impression I got anyways from yesterday. I thought you were like really hitting it off. The MC is completely ruining the anime. Now I have to watch it. Alright. I'll give it a watch because now I'm curious. You don't strike me as someone who's very easily triggered, but this now it piques my interest. my immediate thought is what could get Indy to like flip all of a sudden in the matter of 4 episodes. Huh. Interesting. Because at first, didn't you mention about like your resonance with like a messed up MC, but then now the MC is completely ruining the anime, so now I'm really curious what they did with the MC. Gozen. Goji wa. Oh, I forgot the phrase early. Yeah. Ai. Or not. It's not necessarily a new vocab, but it's also a different use of it.
Hayai desu ne.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be a thing where he gets over saying stuff and then backtracking, but that never stopped. Oh, so they followed through. Oh, okay. I got you. All right, we get to right. Ame. Oh, okay.
Ame.
Yeah, I would have. Yeah, see, my stroke order would have been way out of whack. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought about the stroke order being that. Yeah.
Ame.
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 Oh, yeah.
Ame. Ame.
Ame.
Ame.
This is the closest thing to what haha is like. Like what I mean is there hasn't been a lot of things like haha, but this is pretty close. Like it has like haha-isms in it. And then we have kawa, of course.
川
Okay, no surprises.
Kawa.
Thank goodness. I was so ready to like do the stroke in the middle first, then the left and then the right. I'd be like, well, alright.
川
川川
The different lengths though.
川
川
川
雨
We're just gonna do this for the next 15 minutes.
雨
Get used to it.
雨
雨
雨
Oh, I did it again.
雨雨
雨雨
Oh my gosh, I keep doing that.
雨
Okay, breathe. Breathe. Oh, there's something specific.
川
Okay, sure.
雨
Kawa, sure.
3
Oh, ame,
Ame.
sorry. Kawa.
雨
Oh, ame,
口
kuchi,
川
kawa,
魚
sakana,
駅
eki.
雨
Okay.
雨か雨雨雨
Ame,
川
kawa, ju,
駅
eki,
7
nana,
川川
ju,
山
yama,
雨
ame,
雨
eki, sorry,
川
kawa. I'm not translating right now very well.
雨川
Kawa,
9
okay.
駅雨話
Okay.
Get
Yes, Super Duolingo.
小さい
Isai. Wait. Oh.
川
Kawa. I get it. Yeah, that's... What? Dude, I totally selected that. Yeah,
小
I
さい
I totally get why they would pick Chisai
小さい
for
川
Kawa
川
comparison. Ji
川
Kawa
小さい
Chisai
大きい
Oki
高い
Kai
川
Kawa.
小さい
Oh my gosh.
小さい
Okay.
川
Kawa
Ji
Ji
新しい
Atadashi
小さい
Chisai
古い
Furui
小さい
大きい川7小さい高い
川
川川
I've been trying to use the kanji section, unfortunately not super helpful for me because it really wants me to learn mono and other kanji I already know. Oh yeah, one of those because I've been using something else for so long it's hard to transfer kind of thing it seems. I see. Can you explain a little bit more about what it means by they really want you to learn mono and other kanji you already know? Like, is it because you need to do them? Or is it like disproportionate or something? Like you can't bypass them or something?
川
Or is it
Kawa.
just very selectively
川
川
川川
emphasizing things
Kawa.
you already know? So it's not very helpful. Right. Is that your competency level?
雨
Ame.
雨雨
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 雨
雨
雨
Oh gosh, I keep doing that. Yeah, dual things have no... Oh, so when I click on a kanji font unit, it gives me all the kanji reused in lesson that I definitely already know. Oh, yeah. They prioritize... Yeah. Oh, wait. Someone told me there's gonna be an update soon. I hope it's soon. There's another update coming.
川
Possibly.
川
Maybe I can see it. Maybe it already happened.
川
I don't actually know.
川
川
I hope it's to the kanji section.
川
Or the flashcard section. Or like the word section. I
Ame.
might not be able to actually see it because it might be a super feature.
雨雨
雨
雨
雨雨
雨雨
雨
Also, randomly I started getting double from things. Oh. That's interesting.
川 川
Oh, interesting.
川
川
川
川
川川
川
Look at you.
雨
Secretly a subconscious
Ame.
hacker. You know? That's a pretty great skill to
Ame.
have.
雨
Imagine being just unconsciously talented at hacking.
雨
雨
雨
It's like I don't know.
雨
I'm just that good. Like, alright. I'm happy for you. My job is being a hacker, nothing subconscious. Wait, you're like wait. Are you being for real? You're like in offensive security? You're in offensive security?
Kawa. Kawa.
川
What I mean by that is
Kawa.
people who do that,
Kawa.
they like
川
do the hacking in
Kawa.
order to find the
Kawa.
security
Kawa.
vulnerabilities. Building security software, the most okay. The most secure on the planet. Sorry. I know that was like probably I'm on the same page when you said that. You're being
Kawa.
that's like that's so
Kawa.
much grain of salt. You might as well not be
Kawa.
seasoning your food at
Kawa.
that point.
川
川
Kawa.
Building security software, the most secure operating system on the planet. Well
Ame.
played.
本8
Well
Am.
uh
雨
I feel ya. Don't
雨
get me started on Windows 98. Don't get me started
Ame.
on
雨
really like million dollar
Ame.
data being collected on million dollar
Ame.
machines on
雨
on OS that aren't even supported with security updates
Ame.
anymore. unironically, yeah. You unironically sell it as that, yeah. Don't get me started on that. Super privileged information. Try not to leak it, but it's like used on like outdated software and not security support, not even security supported OS because it costs too much.
5時
Or what I mean is, it costs too much to bother, if you know what I mean.
5月
So yeah, diligence, due diligence.
5
Go. 7
7
月
月
50
分
分
5
5
分
分
5
5
月
月
5月5 5
5月
5
5
時
時
5
5
月
月
50
50分
5
5
15
15
分
分 Wait, what am I?
Go.
So we got more numbers in the second half. It looks like it's probably counting up the days. I see, 4. Oh, another, maybe a counter for hito? Nen? Nin? I think it's nin, right? Nen? It's nin. For like people, probably. And these are probably numbers associated. I'm guessing. It's fun to guess and see what happens. I imagine I'm counting people. Oh, I know I'm counting people because it's restaurants. It's about asking how many people you have in your party. It is counting people. I remember
川
from the teaser 2 days
Kawa.
ago in the guidebook.
川
川
That's right.
川川
川
Every time I hear kawa, makes me want to say Kawasaki. Wait, what does Kawasaki mean? Does it have anything to do with the river? Yeah, guidebooks. I actually click on guidebooks now as a spoiler, as a teaser for the next unit. So at the end of day 3, I tease the next unit. Yeah, what does Kawasaki mean? Huh. Now that we're in this. Tsuitachi. Right.
1日
Don't you ichinichi me. I'll show you an ichinichi.
口
Chi
1日口
uchi
9
you
土曜日
doyobi.
分口口
I can ichinichi me.
1日
Tsuitachi.
口
Apparently it means cape. Oh, as in the geographical. Oh, I see. So yeah, river, cape. Interesting. Huh.
口口父
Chichi.
土曜日
Doyobi. You know what I'm referring to, right? My familiarity with Kawasaki are motorcycles.
口
Chi-
1日
It's Tsuitachi. Shut up.
山
Yama.
1日1日
Oh yeah, you say it there.
口
Chi-
1日
Tsuitachi. It's so distracting saying
土曜日
Doyobi.
半
Un
6
Ryoku.
口
Eh?
31日口
I can
1日駅9
I'm not falling for your antics. Unless I misspell it. Feels bad, man. Alright, 15 minutes are up. Okay, let's see the new vocabulary. New vocab. Yeah, I think it's probably just named after city. Like, oh, I see. What is that? Honda? Honda? Oh, I know it because I know both kanji. Honda. Got it. Honda. I combined hon from books and Tanaka and Yamada. What I gathered from the relationship between Tanaka and Yamada, and then just assumed it was da because of Yamada. Nice. Honda. Wow. So that's how you write Honda. The car manufacturer. Neat. Very neat. I like it. Thanks for that share.
横浜の中華街。
横浜の中華街？中華街？中華街？
中華街。
中華街. Oh, I kind of like 中華街. 中華街. Chinatown. Oh, yeah, I can see that. 中華街. I think the city is Honda and the car manufacturer is Honda because it's confusing otherwise. Yeah, that makes sense. Fair enough. But obviously the company is based on the city name. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, so they swapped over to katakana. Yeah. That totally checks out. Chukakai. Chinatown. Yokohama's Chinatown, which by the way is absolutely beautiful. How do I know? Shout outs to Like a Dragon again. Right, Like a Dragon. At least a Chinatown. Like a Dragon 7 and 8. Yokohama's Chinatown. Pretty beautiful rendering of it. Okay. Chukakai.
中華街
Kangai. Oh. Chukakai. What? That's a interesting depiction, but okay. Yokohama ni ookii chukakai ga arimasu?
あります。
Norimasu to get on, ride, etc. Torimasu, take photos. That's the only context I have. Hikimasu is to play string instruments. Okay. Yeah, existence. There's a large Chinatown in Yokohama.
美味しい中華料理。
You can kind of say Yokohama has a Chinatown or have a Chinatown. That's okay too, actually. Oishii chuka ryori. Oh, this is like the Fransu ryori. The Fransu ryori from like 6, I think it might be 7 units ago. So Chinese food. Tasty Chinese food. Chuka ryori.
中華料理。
中華料理が大好きです
Chuka ryori ga daisuki desu. Chuka ryori ga daisuki desu. I love Chinese food.
どんな中華料理が好きですか？どんな中華料理が好きですか？どんな中華料理が好きですか？
That's a great question. Donna chuka ryori ga suki desu ka?
中華街のタピオカティー。
Tapioca tea. Oh, come on. That's not. Come on. All right. Who was the one that spoiled it? Not spoiled it, but who's the one that hinted? I think it's you, Lotus. Didn't we talk about bubble tea? And that they introduced it? Might be indie though. That was you? Okay. I was like, oh yeah, they do, but tapioca? Man. It's true though, it is true. Oh, that's a good question. In Chinese is Jingju, I think it's like Jingju Naicha. I don't know what Jingju means though. I think it's more like bubbles. Still. Like my essence, like obviously I'm illiterate, right? My essence is that they're talking about like balls. Like pearls. Oh, pearls. Pearls. That would be the closest I can think of that they're going with. Like pearls, but I'm not sure if they're saying tapioca pearls. But the phrasing kind of reminds me of describing like something circular. Also, as a Californian, we always say boba, yeah, instead of bubble tea, yeah. Yeah, I know. So I say boba and bubble regionally. In Canada, in the places I visit in Canada, it's bubble tea still. So you guys are weird, okay, Lotus? Way to be weird and hipster. No, I'm just kidding. I go back and forth. You'll probably hear me say boba and bubble and milk tea all the time, like interchangeably, a lot of times. So it's all right. I'll show you a boba. Milk tea draws out my British heritage. Dude, I love boba tea, but man, it will wreck your system after a while. What I mean is it's definitely one of those things like ice cream. Like, as much as it's so, you know, pandering to the human excess, like your human system, right, that wants you to have more of it. Ooh, you gotta exercise restraint. Like, boba tea can really topple your sugar tolerance. I haven't had boba tea in a while, so anyways, I had this. I really like the subtleties between all the teas too. There were places in the city, like I used to live in the city, where you can they really hit hard with the difference between the oolong, the black, and the jasmine tea. And man, you can really get an appreciation for the floral properties, or like the earthy and floral properties of the different tea leaves. I like it when it's like extra strong, like they steeped it, they steeped it beforehand, right? And you can still get the floralness, the earthiness. It really contrasts as well. And then I'm a matcha tea drinker, so it's like, it's technically a lot of times it's like black tea oolong, or black tea but with matcha powder, so you get like extra earthiness to contrast with the sweetness of the drink. Such a wonderful beverage. Chukako. Oh, oh yeah, Chukakai no What is it? Tapioca. Tapioca tea. Tapioca tea. Wow, tea does work out.
タピオカティー
Tapioca tea. I saw this fun skit. Fictitious linked it to me. This fun skit where it was one person. It's one of those like they're facing this way and they're facing this way, and two characters, and the one character posited, can't I just like learn Japanese with Romaji and not have to worry about his writing system? And then it talked about like it had 3 writing systems, etc. and whatnot. And then the other person went to scribble really quickly, and then they scribbled an entire katakana phrase and said something like, I think something is very cool. Like, I think something is very cool. And in like katakana, right? And then the person responded was like, no, that's not the same. That's Japanese. That's like English, but with Japanese pronunciation. And then the other person comes back and it's like, exactly. And then right after, right at the end, the other person is like, oh, right. It's like, can you learn with Nomaji only? Like, well, here's a demonstration. You just take the katakana and it's like, well, that's not, yeah, you don't get to learn. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. But it was really funny. I thought it was great. It kind of highlights the whole katakana thing. Tapioca tea.
タピオカティー
Tapioca tea. 中華街のタピオカティー. Okay. Chinatown's bubble tea.
タピオカティー。
Tapioca tea.
タピオカティーを飲みましょう。
Tapioca tea. Oh, nomimasho. Oh no. I can see it now. When someone, oh no, I'm gonna say tapioca tea like that sometime. It's like, oh hey, do you guys like tapioca? As opposed to tapioca.
タピオカティー。
Tapioca tea. Tapioca tea or nomimasho. I know that sounded really close, but there's a slight weirdness, right? A slight Japanese-ness when you say tapioca, as opposed to tapioca. And for certain, someone's gonna pick up on it if I ever like talk to someone else that isn't learning Japanese. I wonder how many things I'm gonna say. So, Otakon is coming up soon, and it will be like probably the closest thing for me to have exposure to a lot of people, and it's probably one of the most ideal situations in which people will hear me pronounce the adopted Japanese words around English, right? Around English. So I'm very curious if I'm going to get the, why are you saying it like that? I'm like, what do you mean why I'm saying it like that? Like, what do you mean? It's like, that. You're saying it like that. It's like, why are you putting the emphasis on the ta? Like, why are you doing that? Like, oh, I didn't notice. Like tapioca as opposed to tapioca. Ooh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It'll be my plug for learning Japanese, I think. We should drink bubble tea. They gotta bring matcha back, right? Matcha was already introduced. So where's my matcha bubble tea? Okay. Tapioca tea. Tapioca tea. Oh.
飲みます。
She's not really drinking it though. She's more busy yomi-masing. Sorry. Sorry, Japanese people. She's busy yomi-masing. I can't even do that with a straight face, but we're gonna do that all the time coming up. Like going into the fourth quarter, there's gonna be a lot of nihongoing going on. Lots of hanashimashing, nihongo egoing. It almost sounds like Lego my ego.
レストランは10時に開きます。
レストランは10時に開きます。
開きます。
Interesting. We got a new predicate. 開きます。Okay. レストランは10時に開きます。Okay. So at a fixed time? Sure. At an expected time. The restaurant. What's this apostrophe S? Are you serious? No, never mind. Opens at 10 o'clock. Oh, we have tempura. Oh, why does that restaurant look so nondescript? Kind of reminds me of Chick-fil-A. But it does look like a cafe too, though. Your quaint cafe. What are we looking for? Restaurant?
レストラン
Restaurant wa nanji ni akimasu ka? Sure. What time does the restaurant open?
レストランはいつ開きますか？
Restaurant wa itsu akimasu ka? 11時に開きます。Fair enough. The heck? Oh, 豚肉はちょっと。
お茶をたくさん飲みましょ
Oh, taksan is being used differently? Or
う。
is,
たくさん。
no, it's being used similarly, but now for ordering food, as opposed to classes. So this is probably constitutes as new because it's showing that you can order food to some extent. You can use it as a, or not order food, but describe food, like nondescript quantity. I don't know. It's a stretch. The last time we used taksan was the quantification or like the rough associated with like classes and work. It's not particularly new. We drink. Oh, actually, let me see. We should drink a lot of green tea. No, yeah, it's about the same. Ocha o takusan nomimashou. We should eat a lot of fried rice. Chahan. Hats off to Indy. Right? Hats off to Indy. You heard me? Han. Han. I'll show you a Han. Han. Wait. Yes. Han. Indy will understand. Okay. Chahan.
チャーハン
Chahan. O. Taksan.
たくさん食べましょう。
Tasty stuff. おいしいものをたくさん食べます。
おいしい。 mono,
Can they not replace this with mono? Can you not use a...
Mono.
Wait, is this a different
Mono.
kanji? Or does mono... Can mono stand alone? As mono. So the only context of mono is when it's attached to something right now.
mono,
And then they didn't use it
mono,
here as singular. Since you brought that up about mono specifically, actually.
たくさんを食べます。
食べます。美味しい、美味しい、美味しいものをたくさん食べます。
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Alright.
Reach your language goals fast with premium features that optimize your learning. With no limits to the mistakes you can make and no ads. Super learners are 4.2 times more likely to finish their course. Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
Okay.
4人、
4人. Okay. There it is. 人. 見ます。4
4
人
人、
2
2
人。
人、
Oh, oh, 2人。Oh.
2人、
2人. Okay. They didn't teach that yet, but works. 2人. Yeah, 2人.
川、
小さい. Okay.
2人、
Of course, they would show it afterwards. 2人. 2人. Okay.
2人、
Let me guess. Menu.
メニュー、
Okay.
レストランのメニュー。
レストランのメニュー。Okay. Oh, I see napkin. Oh, I see napkin. We were just talking about napkin next to picnic. Picnic and napkin. What am I looking at? Bolshi. Dekuchi. Tsukue. Tsukue. Oh no, that's Acorn. Wait. Eigo. Oh, Eigo.
英語
Is it Eigo? Eigo. Eigo no menu o kudasai. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cute. I think this phrase is pretty decent. I like to think that I won't do this, but I think there might be a deep cut here. But maybe not in Japan. But I don't know if you guys ever know this. You probably noticed it sometime. At least in for those peeps in the United States. I can't really talk about others. A lot of times there are two different menus. And I know this is not what they're going for. But there are two different menus. And oftentimes you do have to ask for the different menus. So like, for example, instead of saying, Eigo no menu o kudasai. Let's just use English. So instead of saying the English menu, please, right? The English menu, please. If you say the Chinese menu and the American menu, you might be getting two different menus, actually. It's not necessarily also just for the language. So that's kind of an interesting thing. I don't know if that's the same
ください
in some places. But there's accommodated menus versus non-accommodated menus. And oftentimes, like historically, from my parents' experience, when you're on with the English or the Americanized menu is offered first, and then anyone who is interested
mention the Chinese menu because there's a lower chance of satisfaction from the Chinese menu, right? Not about the whole like, oh yeah, but what is quote unquote authentic versus what is, you know, what's real, what's fake. But oftentimes, statistically in practice, the English menu, even those who are curious of the Chinese menu, certainly you can have quote unquote real stuff and authentic stuff. Oftentimes, from a business perspective, statistically, they are less likely to be satisfied with their meal, and that they do not return for another. You know, food is very visceral and vivid, so a dissatisfaction first impression tends to be dead in the waters for returning patrons, or establishing a returning patron.
2人
Yeah, futari. 2 people.
4人です。
4人です. Okay. Where 4 people? Oh, I see where they're going with this. Yeah.
子供が4人います。子供4人
4人です。4人がいます。
います。
So we have 4 adults. Or there are 4 adults.
子供が4人います。
There are 4 adults. Or you could say we have 4 adults, but there are 4 adults.
子供が4人います。
Wait,
4人。子供が4人います。
yeah, it's after, right? Oh, 4 kids. Otomo. I was thinking of something na. something na. Oh no, I forgot those. It's probably coming up.
冷たいビール。
Smetai.
冷たい。
Smetai, cold. I feel like I know another word for cold. Oh yeah. Oh, I guess it's just for weather then. What was it? Samui. Samui for the weather cold. So smetai. Smetai biru. Biru. Smetai biru.
冷たいタピオカティーはどうですか？
Solid.
冷たいタピオカティーはどうですか？冷たいタピオカティーはどうですか？
Smetai tapioca tea. Tapioca tea はどうですか？
いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませ. Sorry. This is something you hear quite a lot because characters visit restaurants and places of business, like places of service, so often. I think
いらっしゃいませ。
just welcome in business format. いらっしゃいませ. Let's see. いらっしゃいませ. Okay. いらっしゃいませ. いらっしゃいませ. Okay.
何名様ですか？
何名様. 9. Oh, wait, I just learned this phrase. 何名, for my own personal use. Wait.
何名様?
Oh, no. Not this specific one.
何名様?
But a related phrase to this. 何名様ですか? Okay. It's not quite the same phrase. It's the same form. 何名様. Wait.
何名様?
何名様ですか? How many people? Wait, is it just
何名様? ですかですか
Do they really just want how many
何
people?
名様
I mean, it could just end with how many people. It could also be like how many people we are. Or are you? We'll go with how many people.
いらっしゃいませ。何名様ですか？
いらっしゃいませ。何名様ですか？何名様ですか？二人です。Have you oolong tea'd? Do you have oolong tea? Wait. Did I really know how to say oolong? Oolong. Oolong cha.
ウーロン茶。ウーロン茶。
Oolong cha. Oolong cha. はあります。
あります
か。あと、じゃあ、
じゃあ、
じゃあ、じゃあ、I forgot. 冷たい。冷たい。
冷たい。
冷たい。ウーロン茶。ウーロン茶。
ウーロン茶。
ウーロン茶。お、
二つ。
二つください。
ください。
Oh, that's nice. So they're contrasting it with ordering. I get it. That's actually fairly helpful. Contrasting, lumping number of people in a context versus number of orders, like an item, like the general counter. So you're comparing and contrasting the general counter versus like the people counter. Interesting. Interesting. Oh no, itutsu is back. Oh, that must be. Wait. Oh no, that's still the general counter. Speaking of the other counters, 4人
4人
月曜日5つ2人
2人
水2人 and then we have 5つ
5つ
why specifically 5つsoup. Is it soup?
スープ
Soup. Soup. What the heck is mapo tofu? Oh my gosh, mapo tofu. Mapo tofu. Mapo tofu. Mapo tofu. Alright. Thank you, Duolingo. Thank you for mapo tofu. That definitely deserves a vocabulary entry into my brain.
スープ
Soup.
ビールとスープをください。
ビールとスープをください。Beer and anime, please. Chopstick. 箸。
箸
箸をください。
箸をください。 Hashi o kudasai. Ga? No. Hashi o arimasu? Ga? No. Use? Oh, tsukaimasu ka? Hashi o tsukaimasu ka?
使います
Will you use chopsticks? Mapo, it's probably like mapo tofu. Mapo tofu.
麻婆豆腐
Mapo tofu. Interesting. My Mandarin or my Chinese is kind of interfering with that. Mapo tofu.
麻婆豆腐
Mapo tofu. Mapo tofu. Yeah, mapo tofu. Say more. Mapo tofu. Mapo. Oh man. Mapo tofu. Mapo tofu. Yeah, mapo tofu.
麻婆豆腐はどうですか？
Mapo tofu wa do desu ka? Mapo tofu. Mapo tofu wa amari tabemasen. Nonsense. You never say that. I don't like you anymore. Don't really eat mapo tofu.
辛いラーメン
Karai.
辛い
Spicy. Karai.
辛い
Okay. Karai ramen. Okay.
水を5つください。
5つ. 水を5つください。
温かいウーロン茶を5つください。温かい
温かい something 5つください。What could it be? We have some options here.
ウーロン茶
Maybe udon cha. Yeah, udon cha. を
5つ
5つ
ください。温かいウーロン茶を5つください。
ユーロン茶。
温かいウーロン茶を5つください。
Sounds more like ユーロン。
温かいウーロン茶を5つください。
Kind of sounds more like ユーロン、ユーロン茶 instead of ウーロン茶。Was just studying the Duolingo mobile version and it gave me a keyboard option. Did not know that was a thing. Oh yeah, the desktop version has it too. And you can enter everything as a keyboard as well. I didn't realize, is that... does it pull up like a touchpad on your mobile? And then how do you like change the input? Or do you, does it automatically do it? Like how does that work actually? So you pull up and it's gonna have the keyboard thing, right? Do they already have like IMEs installed in the app to convert like the stuff? I'm obviously thinking about it in the context of Japanese, but do they like convert it already? They already have a built-in IME. That's really neat. Nice. What is this? Menu.
メニュー
Menu.
辛い
口。
口
胡椒。
胡椒
胡椒. And then senko. Incense. 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 Thanks, Lotus. Hey, Silver. Good day to you too, Silver. Incense. Okay, sorry. Major. Senko.
先行
You're not sure yet? I have to add the keyboard in my phone settings. Saw the option and came over to tell you the exciting discovery. Thank you. Yeah, you do sound very excited. That's cool. Let me know. Let me know your experience. There will be 3 days or 3 or 4 days I won't be able to like use the desktop version, and I haven't actually used the mobile version yet. I'll be away for 3 or 4 days this year, at least 3 or 4. So it's kind of cool to see that, to hear about the mobile version. Spicy mapo tofu. Karai mapo tofu. I don't know why I sound like that, but
麻婆豆腐
yeah, mapo tofu.
辛い
Karai mapo tofu. Gotta keep all the mora consistent. Mapo tofu. Oh, that can regulate my mora for like 2 beats. Karai mapo tofu.
麻婆豆腐
As opposed to mapo tofu. Or mapo. I don't actually know how Mandarin speakers pronounce mapo tofu. It's not the same in Fujonese. I should ask my parents. Huh. It's kind of like mapo daofu. It's probably like mapo daofu or something, daofu. And then Fujonese, mapo dao, probably like mapo dao. I don't know. Dao is tofu. Yeah, it sounds different, but language. This ramen is spicy, isn't it? Kono ramen wa karai desu ne.
このラーメン
Ramen wa karai desu
です
ね
ね
Kono ramen wa karai desu ne. Da da.
6つ
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 6つ. What did I do with you, Roku? Oh, you know what? Oh, that's kind of cute. So, if you like, so for example, whoops, stroke order. I know no one see that. So you think of Roku, right? It's a wizard, right? Roku, wizard, right? But if a wizard like turns sideways and like cast something, you can kind of imagine it becoming Mu. You know what I mean? Because there's the wizard's hat, right? There's the wizard's hat. And then you can like kind of give the robe and the face. And the wizard is casting a spell. That's such a stretch. Mutsu.
6つ
I'm trying to relate Roku with Mutsu, the kana Mutsu. Napkin. Napkin. Napkin.
ナプキン
Yeah, napkin. Alright, fair enough. Oh, that's definitely not waiter. That's hiragana. Nice. Napkin.
ナプキン
ナプキンをください。
Napkin o kudasai. A napkin, please. Sure. Denin. Denin. Denin.
優しい店員さん。
Oh, that they're struggling with that. Yasashi Denin-san. Wait. Yasashi Denin-san. Ooh, okay. Denin gets an honorific. Okay. Interesting. Itsumo Denin-san. No. Now no. Oh, wait. Itsumo Denin to hanashimasu? Speak?
話します。
To or ask? Although, wonder how. Yeah. I wonder how that varies with. What was the other one? Oh no, it's this one. Never mind. He always talks with the waiter. Meanwhile. Okay.
エビチャーハン
Ebi.
エビ
Shrimp. Ebi. Ebi chahan. Shrimp fried rice. Man, I can't tell you how disproportionately popular shrimp fried rice is when it comes to like Americanized Chinese. When it comes to the volume of types of fried rice. Holy heck. Shrimp fried rice. Okay. Ebi.
エビ
Ebi.
お茶を6つとチャーハンをください。
Ocha o mutsu to chahan o kudasai. Okay. Ocha o mutsu to chahan o kudasai. Ocha o mutsu to chahan o kudasai. Okay. 6 green teas and fried rice, please. And a fried rice.
ジュースを6つと麻婆豆腐をください。
Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot the first part. Mapo tofu, yeah. Mapo tofu. Map tofu, yeah. It's kind of close. Yeah. I feel like I want to say mapo tofu. Mapo tofu. It's probably the closest thing, my closest impersonation of a Mandarin person. Mapo tofu. Or something like that. And I already mentioned that it's a little bit wonkier in Fujianese, at least. It's like mabo dao. I actually haven't. I don't remember how my parents say mapo. Mapo dao. It's probably the closest. And it's also my go-to dish for hosting. If someone wanted something like scrumptious, and if it's a little later in the year, I would probably do a spicy and non-spicy version of mapo tofu. As a soul food kind of, the equivalents of Chinese soul food kind of thing going. Just 3 characters? Wait, for what? Oh, you mean the way I said the way I said it? Mapo Dao. Oh yeah. Dao is probably the closest. Dao shows up a lot. I eat a lot of tofu. My parents say Dao a lot.
ジュースを6つと麻婆豆腐をください。
Oh, juice. Juice と
麻婆豆腐
麻婆豆腐。
お
Wait,
6つ
did they order
ジュースを6つと麻婆豆腐をください。
Yeah, 6つと6つと麻婆豆腐。麻婆豆腐。I gotta make sure I don't say it weird. How do I say bean? Dao. It's the same. Bean is Dao as well. Dao and Dao. You could say like curd, I guess. Daojun. Daojun, like, you know, like a plaque, like a platter, like a wedge or a brick, maybe. Like Daojun. So tofu, like bean curd. But yeah, bean is the same. Dao. Dao is what I would say. I would say it twice. Yeah, well, you could say Dao, as in like to like make it smaller by doubling it. I know how that sounds, but Dao works too. Dao, as in beans, smaller beans. So Dao for tofu and Dao for beans, for little beans, because it sounds smaller when you repeat it. I know that I don't know how that works, but it's a diminutive. I guess it functions like a diminutive, right? Like when you have a nickname, right? It diminutize the thing. So like if you're saying like someone's name is like Bob, right? Like Bob, you could say Bob, and that makes it like cuter, like diminutize it. So like Big Bob would be just Bob, and then Little Bob would be Bob. So it's kind of it's kind of like that, yeah, like the ito, yeah, like the ito in Spanish. So Dao is probably the way to go. If you say Dao, you're probably referring to the smaller thing, the bean itself. And then Dao would be the tofu. I said option so many times in that sentence. Wait. Keyboard option seems to not always be an option, but when it does, drawing is the best option. Oh, okay. What'd you call it? Yeah. Keyboard option. Hunter, I kind of talked about this a little bit in my theory. Why it is it's only when you're using the target language. So keyboard function is only available in your target language. Any prompt that deals with your native language, no keyboard function. And one of the things is because it's probably very complicated. Because your native language, there are incredibly lots of options, and I don't know if from a design standpoint it will be maybe productive in a way or flexible enough. So the keyboard function is only available in prompts where it's in your target language. So the language you're learning is that's the only time when the keyboard function comes up. Yeah. So yeah. Looks like it checks out on the mobile front as well.
ジュースを6つと麻婆豆腐をください。
麻婆豆腐をください。I've got ください。
ください。
How could I be so impolite? Yeah. I don't know. Would you want it? Would you want to use your native language? Like have to input your native language? I don't know. I thought it'd be kind of fun. Like how many different ways you could translate the Japanese, or like you get a Japanese prompt and figure out how many ways to fool Duolingo. Like, oh yeah, but I could interpret it this way in my native language because my native language is more complicated, right? or you know more about your native language, I feel like that would be a little nightmarish. You'll probably get a lot of things wrong. Not because you're wrong, like, you know, not because the system doesn't include the responses. There'd be a lot of responses, especially Japanese. In some cases.
ジュースを6つと麻婆豆腐をください。
Okay. 6 juices and a mapo tofu. That's weird. Ordering 6 juices and 1 mapo tofu. That's not enough. For 6? What?
サラダを6つと麻婆豆腐をください。
サラダを6つと麻婆豆腐をください。I really got to restrict myself from skipping Mora on Mabo Tofu. Because I really want to say Mabo Tofu. Mabo Tofu. Okay. 6 salads and a Mabo Tofu. It's trying to teach me Mutsu again, but 6 salads and a mapo tofu? 1? Nah. Everyone gets a mapo tofu. Okay. I can convince myself 1 mapo tofu might be enough for 2 people, all right? For 2 people. At least 3 mapo tofu.
このレストランのスープは多いです。
このレストランのスープは多い？多い。Oh, interesting. A lot of I'm gonna have to look into the difference between たくさん and 多い. Huh. The use cases for I'll do that after stream. たくさん versus 多い. Huh. このレストランのスープは多いです. Okay. This. Oh, never mind. Okay, it's a different. Oh, I get it. Okay, wait. Let me translate this. What do you guys want? This restaurant's soup is a lot. Oh, okay. Never mind. It's I don't necessarily think that is different though. That is a different expression actually. Yeah, this restaurant's soup is a lot. No, that's definitely different. Okay.
麻婆豆腐は本当に多いですね。
麻婆豆腐は本当に多いですね。I love this phrase. I love oi. You know, when you eat a lot, you know, after you eat a lot, it's like oi. You know, unhinge the belt or something. It's like oi. That's a lot. Sorry. I actually make this noise sometimes. I actually exclaim oi quite a bit. And when you eat too much, I do sometimes sigh oi. Oy vey is, yeah, sometimes oy vey, yeah. Oy vey, I do it more for good grief, right? Oy vey. Good grief. Oy vey.
麻婆豆腐は本当に多いですね。
This restaurant's fried rice is a lot. Where can I go to that restaurant? Hello? Restaurant wa doko desu ka? Okay. Okay. この
シャーレストラン
のチャーハンは多いです。I'm curious if you can say like I'm thinking of other things to say, like, oh yeah, you're a lot. You know what I mean? Like, I am a lot. You're a lot. That's why I'm smiling right now. I'm like, it would be kind of funny to see the weird looks when you're saying like, oi, oi, no, like oi des, oi des. Sorry, like if you think about it, right? You don't have you have to infer, right? So you could do like anata wa oi desu, right? Anata wa oi desu. It's like watashi no oi desu. Anata oi desu. Anata wa oi desu. I don't know. Obviously it's a misuse. I don't actually know you can use that, but my first thought was in English, like, are you accusing me of being a lot? You know what? You're a lot. Or like you're too much, as in like you're the expression you're too much, as in too ham, right? Too enthusiastic or too inflammatory. Obviously that's not how this is being used to some extent, but it's fine. I was having theoretical thoughts in my head.
中国
wait.
中国 中国
중국.
の
Yeah, no. Epi. Epi wa oki
大きい
desu ne.
ですね。
中国のエビは大きいですね。
7つ
7つ right? 7つ I think that's the end. We only went up to 7. 7つ
7つ7つ7つ野菜餃子
野菜餃子 of course. Vegetable dumplings. Ooh, chive dumplings though. Wait, what's happening? Oh, is it fried dumplings for gyoza?
餃子
Yeah, technically it's pan fried. Yeah, pan fried dumplings. Sure. Okay.
お釣りは100円です
Otsuri? So it's a tsuri with an O, right? Tsuri.
お釣り
Oh, no, it's not. Maybe not. Otsuri wa...
お釣り
Otsuri wa... Yaku en desu? Oh, your change. Oh. Yeah, so tsuri. And then O version. Otsuri. Otsuri. Otsuri wa 100 yen desu. 100 yen. Or... Yeah. Okay. Otsuri wa... Quantity. 500.
500
515 15円です。
お釣りは240円です。
お釣りは240円です。40円です。Oops. So, 40円です。40円です。I started thinking of a funny a funny clip of a German Vietnamese couple clip where she went to the grocery store and she's getting runged up in the cashier, and then she started speaking German, and then the cashier responded. The Vietnamese side of the couple started speaking German, and then the German cashier responded and said, "Oh, but we can speak in English instead." It's like, "Oh yeah, but I want to speak in German." So it's like, "Oh, do you mind if we speak in German?" And then they said like the number of change or cost, and then she's like, "Come again?" I have a distinct feeling this is going to happen when I get into a convenience store. It's like, "Wait, what? Nah, I'm just gonna just slide a larger bill." Just make sure you throw enough. Find the difference. Anyways. お釣りは240円です。Your change is 240 yen.
全部で6000円です。
全部で in total 全部で oh 全部で okay 全部で6000円です。6000円です。全部で6000円です。6000円です。This is what I was talking about, the skit. It's 6,000 6,000 oh, it's just 6,000 6,000 yenです. 6,000 yen in total.
全部で
餃
子は美味しいですね。
餃子は美味しいですね. They really are though. My dumplings are indeed delicious or tasty.
すみません。全部でいくらですか？
すみません。全部でいくらですか? Solid question. 5000 yen です。5000 yen です。
会計はどこですか？
会計 Cashier check.
会計
check. 会計はどこですか? Where the cashier. 会計
に行きましょう。
会計に行きましょう。会計 whoops. 会計に行きましょう。
サラダを3つとジュースを7つください。
サラダを3つとジュースを7つください。So, 3 salads and 7 juices? What kind of order is that? Why isn't everyone getting a salad? I'm just kidding.
ビールを3つと餃子を7つください。
Okay.
ビール
を6つ。
3つ。
3つ。3つと、餃子を7つ
ください。ビールを3つと餃子を7つください。
ビールを3つと餃子を7つください。ビールを3つと餃子を7つください。3 beers and 7 fried dumplings? That's fairly reasonable. Ooh, they brought back Hey. Yeah, 払いましょ 会計で払いましょう。
会計で払いましょう。
払いましょう。会計で払いましょう。払いましょう。3 bears and 7 dumplings, please. Okay, now we're doing the reverse. Fair enough. ビールを
3つ
3つ
と
と餃子を7つください。Okay. These phrases will come in handy.
全部で5300円です。
全部で5300円です。Okay. It's 5,200, not 200, 300 yen in total. Okay. 全部です。No, 全部です。全部で。Oh my gosh. 橋を
歌います。
Oh, that's singing.
使います。
使いますか？
横浜の中華街は賑やかなところです。
横浜の中華街は賑やかなところです。Okay. Yokohama's Chinatown is a lively place. いつも10人 Oh no 10人
店員
Oh man, they definitely struggle with this. 10人と I don't really know what it sounds like, so we'll just say 10人。とても10人と話します。Right.
すみません、2人です。
2人です。Excuse me? We're two people.
美味しい中華料理。
美味しい中華料理。Wait. Oh, 中料理。
美味しい中華料理。
中華料理。
美味しい中華料理。
中華料理。
中華料理が大好きです。
中華料理が大好きです。
お茶をたくさん飲みましょう。
お茶をたくさん飲みましょ
う。お茶
をたくさん
飲みましょう。お茶をたくさん飲みましょ
う。Okay. Yeah, たくさん here, たくさん is introduced because we got 多い too. 多い。
いらっしゃいませ。何名様ですか？
Yeah, right. いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。何名様ですか？何名様ですか？4人です。
エビチャーハンはいくらですか？
エビチャーハンはいくらですか？ How much is the shrimp fried rice? About how much is the shrimp fried rice? 1000円です。
麻婆豆腐はどうですか？
That's kind of expensive for fried rice. 麻婆豆腐はどうですか？麻婆豆腐はあまり食べません。Nonsense. Get out of here. Why is it always Lily that's saying it?
レストランはいつ開きますか？
レストランはいつ開きますか？ Right? When does it open? 11時に開きます。Or... It's kanji time! Alright. Oh, we got the rest. Oh, these are going to be the good ones. The ones that are dealing with confusion. 二人。五つ。
5つ。
五つ。
2人。
二人。二人。
2人。
五つ。4000。
4000。
4000。
2000。
5つ。2人。2つ。
1つ。
1つ。I knew that.
2人。2人。
2人。Okay. 5つ。
2人。
2人。Sure.
2人。
Okay. 2つ。
2つ。
400。
400。
7000。 2人。
5
5つ。
5つ。
5
つ。
5つ。
500。
2人。9000。
9000。
9000。and 1つ。
1つ。
Okay. What the heck?
2人。
Okay, they just lump it together? Sure.
2人。200。5つ。2つ。6000。
Okay. Okay, 5つ。
5つ。
and 5月。Okay.
5月。
Okay. 5
5
時。
時。
5つ。
50
50
分。
分。5月。 15
15分。
分。15分。Okay. 5月。
5月。
Sure. 5月。
5つ。
Okay. 5つ。
5つ。
5月。
5つ。50分。5月。15分。5時。Okay. 2回。
2回。
Interesting. What is that going? Oh, okay. 2回 versus 2人. Fair enough.
2回。
2人.
2人。
2回.
2回。2回。2人。
12. 900. 2回。 2人。2つ。2人。
2人。
Okay.
2人。ふん。中山。食べ物。2回。2回。2回。
2回。
2人。
2人。 Thanks, Nojo. 2000
500
500
3000
3000 Yeah, I thought it was... Oh, maybe I mispronounced. 3000
2人
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 2回
2人
Okay 2人
2回7時買い物作ります
Oh,
買い物作り
that was my bad. 2人
Get more.
Yes, yes, yes. Super Duolingo. 人 Okay, and then 2人 Okay 人 and 2人 Fair enough. 水
2
2
人
人2回人4
4
人
人
Okay
2
人
人
Okay
本
水人20分
2人
Ah 2人 Okay Go
Go.
Go and 見つつ Probably Oh no 言いつつ Go and 言いつつ Yeah
5つ5
5つ
Go.
Makes sense 5つ
5 5 5つ5つ500
500 1000 Oops
5
5
つ
つ
4
4 5
5つ
Okay
5つ5つ
Okay
5
5
4つ
4つ
2人
2人
8時5
5
7
7 5 5000
5000
5
5
つ
つ
9
9 5つ
Okay
5つ火曜日
火曜日
じ
じ
11 5つ
え
5
5つ Okay Go 5月 Okay
5月
Okay
5つ
and 5つ
5月
Fair enough
5
5月 and 5つ
5月5月5月5つ
Okay
い
月曜日8
8月
月5
5
月
5000
5000
5
5
つ
つ
5つ5つ5月何回月曜日5つ4000 5月5月8
8
月
月5つ
来月
来月5月5
5つ5つ口5つ5月日本2人
I see why they include the Nihon because there's a ni, a kana ni in it. Okay. 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 Itsutsu and mutsutsu. Alright, fair enough.
6つ
Mutsu, sorry, mutsu. Oh, I see why they did that too, because the kana tsutsu. Okay.
5つ
5つ but it's a small tsu. It's a mutsu. Okay. 三つ、四つ、五つ、二つ、六つ、
五つ、いつ、
Oops.
いつ、
Oops. I pulled the wrong one. 六つ、
六つ、五つ、
Okay. 一
一
つ
つ、、
五つ、四つ、三つ、and 六つ、
六つ、六つ、
Okay.
六
六
つ、
つ、
二つ、
二つ、一
一
つ
つ、
四
四
つ
つ、、
五つ
五つ、、いつつ、四つ、五つ、六つ、三つ、二つ、
む、むつ、
五つ、いつつ、
うい、おい。
人、
Okay, we have 人 and 二人、sure.
二人、人、
Okay.
人、人、二人、人、
と、四人、母、一人、
二百、
200、
二人、二人、二人、15分、人、300、5つ、人、
ね、
人、
と、
人、
と、
200、
200、
私、
私、
母、
母、
二人、
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 二
と、
9、
9、
山、
山、
大きい、
大きい、
人、
と、
二人、
二人、sure. Okay. 4人、4人。and 7つ。Okay.
7、
4人、
4人、
4人。
よ、
7つ。Okay. 5000、
5000、
5000。
4人、 500、
400、
7
7
つ、
つ。
6
6
つ、
つ。
4人、
4人。
よ、人、
7つ。
7、 4人、
4人。
4人、
4人。 400。 7つ。
5
5
つ
つ。5つ。6000。
7つ、
7つ。
7つ、
Okay.
4
4
人。
人。 700。 2000。 3つ。
7つ、 よ、人、 7つ、 800、
Oh, a hut. Byaku.
4人5つ500
Okay. I still have time? Dang. Hito and Yonin.
4人
Okay, Hito, Nin.
人
Hito,
半
Han,
4人
Yonin.
40
40分。
駅よ人
Okay.
人4人
山
4
4
Oh,
4人話
Hanashi. 40分。
人
Okay. Alright. 15 minutes are up. Okay. Ooh, that one was a little spicy. A little tired. A little bit tired. Okay. I'm going to, oh yeah, personalized practice. Okay. I'm going to dance for about 8.5 hours on the weekend. Oh boy. Okay. Shumatsu.
週末
Shumatsu 8時半頃. No. Sorry. 8時間 8 Oh. Wait.
8時間
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. 8時間 Yeah. 8時間半
半
ぐらい
ぐらい
ぐらい Hey Cozy. Hello. And 踊ります。
踊ります
8時間? Is it really 8時間? Yeah. 週末8時間半ぐらい踊ります。
いいえ、ホラー映画は見ません。
いいえ。ホラー映画は見ません。I don't watch horror movies. Oh no. No, I don't watch. Ooh, lesson. Ooh, there's a deep cut here too. I'm gonna wait until they introduce Hajime versus Hajima. But this is Hajima. Lesson blah 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 blah. Sanji Goro lesson. Sanji Goro lesson. Yeah, Sanji Goro lesson ni hajimarimasu. No, wa hajimarimasu. Yeah. Because it's not, okay, yeah. Just go with that.
3時頃レッスンは始まります
They would suggest lesson wa. Okay, lesson wa. Okay, that makes it a little bit less confusing on if I were kneeing or not. That's fair. Okay, that's fair. That clarifies things actually.
明日のレッスンは5時頃始まります。
明日のレッスンは5時頃は5時頃始まります。明日のレッスンは5時頃始まります。Okay. Sure. Tomorrow's lesson begins around, oh, they're gonna throw in like kata and stuff. You're late again? Late. That's okay. Around 5 o'clock. I remember we were talking about late and early yesterday. Around what time does a performance start? Or the other day? I don't actually remember which day it was. Around what time does the performance start? 何時 no. パフォーマンスは何時頃始まります。Fashionably late indeed. パフォーマンスは何時頃始まりますか？
そのキャラクターの顔は少し怖いです。
そのキャラクターの可愛いの顔 wait whoa Kao. Oh yeah, Kao. I forgot about the expression. Kao. Fresh. Face. Fresh. Face. そのキャラクターの顔は仕事怖いです。Ooh, okay. Yeah, I remember this. Okay. That mascot's face is a bit scary. そのキャラクターの顔は仕事怖いです。I dance for about 10 hours every week. My shoe. Sorry. My shoe 10時間ぐらい踊ります。
10時間ぐらい踊ります。
Yes. 毎週10時間ぐらい踊ります。
午前8時にギターを弾きますか？
午前8時にギターを弾きますか？ Okay, are you going to play guitar at 8 a.m.? That's very early.
明日9時間ピアノを弾きます。
I don't know how I've already forgot. How to express early. Oh, I totally forgot about expressing early and late from last unit. The last half. So when I was doing Total Recall, I totally forgot about early. Oh, I forgot early, late, and dark. Yeah, or dark. It's just early and dark. Dark was kuroi. Oh, no. Kurai. Yeah, dark was kurai. Didn't recall that until now. And then early. No chance. That was when I was rambling. So we'll get it soon. I'll know it when I see it and hear it. How early is early? Kappa? Yeah. 明日9時、明日9時半、ピアノを弾きます。I'm going to play piano for 9 hours tomorrow. Yeesh.
毎週10時間ぐらい踊ります。
Talk about dedication. 毎週10時間ぐらい踊ります。Yeesh. Oh, no, it's every week. That's fine. I dance about 10 hours every week. Or about 10 hours every week.
よくうちでピアノを弾きます。
よくうちでピアノを弾きます。I play piano at home. I often play piano at home.
その赤いキャラクターが好きです。
その赤いキャラクターが好きです。I like that red mascot. You did some coding today and got stuck after 10 lessons? 10 lessons sound like a lot. How you feel? I think 10 lessons is a job well done, Cozy.
あの黄色いキャラクターは面白いですね。
黄色いキャラクターは面白いですね。Sure. That mascot over there, that yellow mascot over there is funny, isn't it?
いいえ、アニメはあまり見ません。
いいえ、アニメはあまり見ません。マミ。いいえ、アニメはあまり見ません。I don't really watch anime. No.
恋愛映画はあまり見ません。
恋愛映画はあまり見ません。恋愛映画はあまり見ません。I don't really watch romance movies.
Event に行きませんか?
Good to hear. Good to hear. Cozy. イベントに行きませんか? Would you like to go to the event?スポーツのイベントって時We'll start with like Doki Doki. No, yeah. Does it matter where it goes? It's probably first, but yeah, like Toki Toki sports のイベントで写真を撮ります。I'll go with that. Toki Toki sports. Where's sports? Sports のイベントで写真を撮ります。
来週サッカーの試合があります。
来週サッカーの試合があります。試合 game, right? Yeah, 試合。来週サッカーの試合があります。We have a soccer game next week. 来週。It's in JavaScript, but I don't code in JavaScript, so it's kind of new to me. I used to code in Bash, I see. And even at that, when I did JavaScript a few years ago, it's all new ways of coding it. I see. Do you try to do this every day? I like it. A little bit every day. Remind me, what were you gonna what are your thoughts about using JavaScript? I'm going to play. Does this have anything to do with your motherboard thing? Or that's a different thing? I'm going to play tennis for about 4 hours on the weekend.
週末
週末
4時間
4時間くらいテニスをします。
パズルゲームをしますか？
パズルゲームをしますか？ Do you play puzzle games? Fair point. Fair question. バスケットボールの試合
金曜日
金曜日
は
I'm willing to use a different particle here, but that's what's provided. 金曜日は
バスケットボール
の
試合です。
よく家族とパズルをします。
I didn't even check. Wait. Oh, was it really actually a no? Okay. I guess we'll see it again. よく家族とパズルをします。よく家族とパズルをします。I often do puzzles with my family. Sure. プロのサッカー選手の仕事はどうですか？ It's not bad, but people think using frameworks, aka libraries, is a language within itself, but they need to learn vanilla first, which they don't. That's interesting.
次の試合はいつですか？
I'll take your word for it. I have no idea. That's an interesting observation. That people skip basics or foundation. Tsuki no 試合はいつですか？ When is the game? When is the next game?
明日4時間バドミントンをします。
And I want to be able to code motherboards or servers, I see. Related to it, I see. 明日4時間バドミントンをします。I'm going to play badminton for 4 hours tomorrow.
毎日パズルゲームをします。
毎日パズルゲームをします。I play puzzle games every day. 毎日 Sure.
時々スポーツのイベントで写真を撮ります。
Okay. I sometimes take photos at sports events.
医者の仕事は大変です。
医者の仕事は大変です。Right. Work as a doctor is tough.
今日イベントで写真を撮ります。
今日イベントで写真を撮ります。I'm going to take photos at an event today.
今日4時間サッカーをします。
Okay. I'm going to play soccer for 4 hours today. Hardware servers. Fair enough. So what did I do here? It said 金曜日. I did this.
はバスケットボールの試合
試合
で
です。No? バスケットボールの試合は、oh, okay. I see. Because the basketball, oh. I see. Because of the phrasing, sure. Kind of disagree with that.
バスケットボールの試合は金曜日です。
Fair enough. Okay. School stuff. Right. 博物館は面白いです。ね。
面白い。
面白いです。I said 面白いでない。面白いです。ですね。博物館。museum。
博物館。
午後のプレゼンに行きますか？
午後のプレゼンに行きますか？ Presentation。はい。プレゼンは何時までですか？までですか？ That's until? Yeah, until what time is the presentation?
3000円は少し高いです。
3000円。3000 oh, for the 3000円は高い。少し高いです。
3000円は少し高いです。
Okay. 3,000 yen is a bit expensive.
週末何時間ギターを弾きますか？
週末何時間ギターを弾きますか？9時間弾きます。 9 hours. Sashinka. Sashinka wa... No. Sashinka no Shikoto wa tanoshii desu ka? Okay.
写真家
Sashinka
の
no
仕事
Shikoto
は
wa
楽しいですか？
トレーニングは何回ですか？
トレーニングは何回ですか？ Interesting. Right? トレーニングは2回ですか？ Second floor.
バスの運転手の仕事はどうですか？バス
バス
の
の運転手の仕事はどうですか？午後5時にギターをします。弾きます。Whoops.
弁護士の仕事はどうですか？
I went a little faster. 弁護士の仕事はどうですか？ How's work as a lawyer? 午前9時頃仕事に行きます。
午前9時に
No,
ゴロ
it's just 頃。午前9時頃仕事に行きます。Where is it?
仕事に行きます。
どのバーに行きましょうか？
どのバーに行きましょうか？ Should we go to Oh, wait. After this. Wait. Which bar should we go to? Yeah.
クライアントとミーティングがあります。
Okay. We have a meeting with a client. Ikimasu.
午後5時にギターを弾きます。
Okay. Alright, we're not doing kanji this time. Let's do enough to fill these in, right? We need to fill these in. Fill. Okay. 4人。
4人
2人。
2人4人
2人4人
4人2人
4000 Totally was not paying attention.
4人
200 2人4つ
2人2人何ですか？金曜日4人月曜日4人4人2人200 4000 4つ4人2人
2人 Sure 4人。
5000。行きます。4人。と言います。2人。
Okay. Oops. All right. Oh, okay. All right. 7つ。
7つ。
7月。 Well played.
7月。
7つ。 7
7
月。
月。
7月。
4
4つ。
7
7
つ。
つ。
5
5
月。
月。 3つ。
7
7
月。
月。 7月。
7つ。
Oh. Oh, Nana. Whoops. Those. Jew. Whoops.
7つ。
7月。
月。7
7
月。
5
5
月。
月。7。
7
7
つ。
つ。
6
6
つ。
つ。7? あ、7つ。Sure.
7つ。
7つ。あ、7月。
7月。7つ。7つ。
7月。
7月。
7つ。
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 7つ。7月。
7月。
7月。
4
4つ。
つ。
7
7
月。
月。
7
7
つ。
つ。
7000。
6
6
つ。
つ。7月。7月。7月。
Oops.
7月。大きい。話。7つ。900。7つ。7つ。 7つ。 6
6
つ。
つ。
7000。
7
7月。
月。1つ。
1つ。7月。7月。4時。私。7月。7つ。書きま。
Okay. Nice. One more. Roku. Roku. Okay. 6つ. Makes sense.
6。
6 and 6つ. 6つ.
6つ。
6.
6。6つ。
4. 6時.
6。
6つ.
9。
9.
6つ。
Okay.
6つ。話。山田。6。6つ。9。6。6。
6000. 5.
6。 9。 6
6
つ。 6つ。
6つ.
7分。
7分.
6つ。
Okay.
2時。9分。6。
6つ. All right, we're good. Let's go back and complete our 5 lessons. And some R&R and maybe some grammar. stuff. Maybe some usage stuff. What am I looking for? A lot. Yeah, oi. Oi is interesting. This is a review of outdoors again. Yeah, man, they really need to change this, in my opinion. They're not reviewing the second half. So these lessons are not correct. And I think it's unintended. Like, they're not reviewing... Like, these two are not connected anymore. But these two are connected. So they're not doing, like, you know, N1, R1, and then N2, R2, review of the second one. They're doing review of 1 again. And I don't like that. I think that's a mistake. Starting, it's somewhere halfway on this. It's like Unit 14 or something, and on. I don't like that. It doesn't get the second rep of the new vocab, so it's constantly being tougher.
大きいバックパックはありますか？
大きいバックパックは something ありますか？
大きいバックパックはありますか？大きいバックパックはありますか？
Okay. 北海道の山は素敵 Oh, steaky. Looks so weird. Steaky ですね。Okay, steaky.
小さいバックパックはとても便利です。小さいバックパックはとても便利です。
Yes. Small backpacks are very convenient. 便利。小さいバックパックはとても便利です。来週キャンプに行きましょう。
行きます。
行きます。
ハイキングに行きませんか？
ハイキングに行きませんか？
ハイキングに行きませんか？ハイキングに行きませんか？
I like this phrase. Would you like to go hiking? ハイキングに行きませんか？キャンプに行きましょう。Yeah, that's more like it. 何曜日がいいですか？ Oh yeah, I forgot about the phrase E. Oh wait, yeah. Oh man, yeah. A new, different way, yeah.
新しいバックパック。
新しいバックパック。
バックパック。
A new backpack. 北海道に行きましょう。何曜日がいいですか？ What day is good? We should like to go hiking next week. 来週ハイキングに行きませんか？
来週ハイキングに行きませんか？
ハイキング I'm saying it so sharply, sorry. ハイキングに行きましょう。いつがいいですか？ Okay. I see what you did there. That's pretty good. Different expressions. Because you could ask like what day is good or when is good, right? Which mountain is good? Which mountain is good? どの山がいいですか？ Or yeah.
どの山がいいですか？
Okay.
北海道はどんなところですか？
北海道はどんなところですか？ What kind of place is Hokkaido? とてもきれいなところです。A very pretty place. Do you have a big backpack? 大きいバックパック。バックパック。大きいバックパックをありますか？ Yeah.
バックパック。
Oh, はあります。
ありますか。
Works. Yeah.
花さん、北海道はどんなところですか？
花さん、北海道はどんなところですか？ What kind of 花さん、花 What kind of place is Hokkaido? What are your responses? 静かなところです。A quiet place. It's a quiet place.
キャンプはどうですか？
キャンプはどうですか？ How about camping? キャンプはどうですか？
キャンプはどうですか？
Would you like to go hiking? ハイキングに行きませんか？
ハイキングに行きま
ません
せん
か？ That's totally what she would ask.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Alright,
Go
fine,
ad-free and skip the interruptions to focus on your learning. Unlock unlimited hearts and make as many mistakes as you need. And you can target weaknesses in your practice hub with AI-powered practice sets based on your recent mistakes. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
I'm going to be real Duolingo. What I'm waiting for is some sort of guarantee that the super features actually work. Because the last time it was not very promising. So we'll think about it in the future.
5月
5月 May
5月5月
5月
1日
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 The first 1日
1日
バーベキューとピクニックをしませんか？
バーベキューとピクニックピクニックを楽しみます or no しませんか It's probably しませんか
バーベキュー
と
ピクニック
をしませんか
バーベキューとピクニックをしませんか？
Okay, would you like to have a barbecue and picnic? 1日
1日
休みます
買います
書きます5月
ピクニックは楽しいですね。
ピクニックは楽しいですね。ね？
ピクニック
は
楽しい
しい
で
ですす
ね
ね。
ピクニックは楽しいですね。
Okay. Picnics are fun, aren't they? Or yes.
大きい
1日9月100 5月公園でバーベキューをします。Have a barbecue at the park. Date August 1st. 8月1日にピクニックをしましょう。Okay, sure.
1日
1日目1日バーベキューとピクニックをOh no like to have. Wait. Shimasenka? Yeah. So, barbecue to picnic picnic, yes. Panic. Picnic. 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 If I say it a bunch of times, it will come to me, non. Barbecue do picnic. Picnic o shimasenka. Let's just read it.
バーベキューとピクニック
Picnic o
しません
shimasenka. Picnic. Barbecue to picnic o shimasenka? 9月1日にバーベキューをしましょう。
9月1日。
Don't 1日me. Get out of there. We're also going to have a picnic. Picnic. Picnic mo. Wait. Picnic mo. Picnic mo. Go shimasu? Really? Oh.
ピクニックもします
Okay. 5月1日に出かけましょう。5
月1日。
We should go out on May 1st.
いつがいいですか？
いつがいいですか？ When is good for you? When is good? 5月1日がいいです。May 1st is good. What should we do in Hokkaido in May? Okay. 5月 Wait, hold up. Yeah.
5月に
5月に北海道で何をしましょうか
5
月に北海道で何をしましょうか5月31日。
5月31日。
雨。
雨。
8時は少し早いです。
8時。Wait. Yeah. 8時は少し早いです。Early. Oh, wait. 早い is early. There it is. Yeah. We know it when we hear it. We know it when we see it.
少し
早いです。
8時は少し早いです。
Yeah. 8時
は少し早いです。
8時は少し早いです。8 o'clock is a bit early. Opinions. Just kidding. 5月会います。8 1日 1日。Okay.
雨。
午前4時はとても暗いです。
午前
4時。
4時くらい something です。
とても
とても暗いです。は、okay. Wait. 午前4時。午前4時はとても暗いです。4 o'clock it's very dark. At 4 o'clock
午
it's
前
very
4時
dark
はとても暗いです。
at 4 p.m. Oh, 4 a.m. It's goes in. 4 a.m. is very dark. Whoops. 12時12時はちょっと Oh, not, yeah. 12 o'clock is not very good. It doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work very well.
午前5時は早いですね。
午前
5
whoops.
5時。400。
Wait.
400。午前5時。
5時は
暗い早いですね。午前5時は早いですね。
午前5時は早いですね。5 a.m. is early, isn't it? 雨の日が大好きです。
大好き
I really love rainy days. Yeah. That's a weird one, but
金曜日。
I like rainy days. That image is a little weird. Remember yesterday about stomping on puddles? I remember Cozy mentioning jumping in puddles. It's fun. 金曜日の6時はどうですか？金曜日の6時はどうですか？
No.
How about 6 o'clock on Friday? Will Hokkaido be rainy next week? Let's see. 来週北海道は雨ですか？
来週北海道雨ですか？
Okay.
日曜日の
8時はどうですか？ How about 8 o'clock on Sunday? Okay. 5月1日5月1日は雨です。
5月1日は雨です。
ケンさん、火曜日はどうですか？
ケンさん、火曜日はどうですか？ And how about Friday? Or how about Tuesday? Whoops. How about Tuesday? 火曜日はちょっと Tuesday doesn't work very well. I said Tuesday. Oh no. I know some people who says Tuesday. 6 o'clock is early. Just 6 o'clock? 6時は早いです。
6時は早いです。
5時半はまだ暗いですか
？5時半はまだ暗いですか？ Is 5:36 still dark. Okay. Gozen 7時。午前7時は暗いですか？
午前7時は暗いですか？12時はちょっと。
12時はちょっと。
12時はちょっと。
Okay. Two more without screwing up. Okay.
川雨
Oops.
川
山の景色も楽しみましょうか？
景色。
山
山の景色
景色も
も綺麗の
山の景色も楽しみましょうか？
楽しみ
ましょう
が Joy 山の景色も楽しみましょうか？
雨
0 5月どっちthere 1日
1日
Okay.
川
Short.
来月北海道は多分涼しいです。来月北海道は涼しい。来月北海道は多分涼しいです。多分です。
来月北海道来月北海道は多分涼しいです。I gotta get used to saying Suzushi. Oh, and I totally forgot. Oh no, Suzushi is the day before. Oh no, it's not. I forgot Suzushi. Suzushi.
来月北海道は多分涼しいです。
And it's cool. Suzushi is cool. Okay, Suzushi. Totally forgot about Suzushi. We should enjoy the nice weather. いい天気。いい天気。Right? いい天気。いい天気を楽しみましょう。楽しみましょう。いい天気を楽しみましょう。
いい天気を楽しみましょう。
楽しみましょう。いい天気を楽しみましょう。あと、外で遊びましょう。
遊びましょう。
We should play outside. 北海道の景色を楽しみましょう。そう北海道の景色を楽しみましょう。楽しみましょう。
北海道の景色を楽しみましょう。
彼女 彼女とピクニックを楽しみます。
彼女
高い山の景色。
山高いの景色
川がいいです。川がいいです。近くの川に行きませんか？
に
Oops.
がに
The river is nice. The river is nice. Would you like to go to the nearby river? Right.
サムさん、どこがいいですか？
サムさん、どこがいいですか？涼しい山はどうですか？ How about the cool mountain, right? How about a cool mountain, sure. 涼しい川がいいです。
が
This cool river is nice. 近くの川に行きましょう。
カイさん、どこがいいですか？
どこがいいですか？ Where is nice? 川の近くはどうですか？ In this case, how about near the river? How about near the river?
外は綺麗です。
That's something that I was being a little lax on yesterday. When you flip the no, right? In English, I don't know how much appreciable difference it is, but it is quite different. Just reading how they interpret it. 外は綺麗です。The outdoor is pretty, sure. 外は This one's probably 外は寒いですか? As opposed to I just got there was cold again, right? Yeah, it's part of the new vocabulary. I don't remember. Okay.
花火
Stop
花
it.
火
Stop it. 外は
寒い
寒いですか? 外はとてもit's like暑いです。
雪
Stop.
外は
とても
暑い
です。Okay. I gotta remind myself. It's burning me up. What is the other word for cold? Please be on this list. It's not on this list! Like a cold beverage. Oh no. Alright, I gotta remind myself. It's kind of killing me. Yeah, I'm stretching myself thin. 19. I think there were like 23 in today's unit. At least 23 or 24. Cold. Naked? No. Sokenai no. There's samui. Oh, tsumeitai. Tsumeitai. It might be tsumeitai. That sounds familiar. Tsumetai. Can I hear this?
冷たい
Tsumetai. Yeah. Chilly, icy, freezing, cold to the touch. Yeah. Tsumetai. It's not even on this list. Okay. Okay.
ビールは大丈夫ですか？
Biru wa daijoubu desu ka? Oh, I forgot about this
ビール
phrasing.
ビール
To ask if things are okay. Biru. Biru daijoubu desu ka?
大丈夫
Daijoubu
です
desu.
か
No,
は
wa daijoubu desu. Daijoubu desu ka? Biru wa daijoubu desu ka? Are you okay with meat? Niku. Niku wa daijoubu desu ka?
肉は大丈夫
Daijoubu.
ですか？
胡椒とソースを使いましょう。
Kosho?
胡椒
Kosho
と
to
ソース
sosu を使いましょう。
使いましょう。胡椒とソースを使いましょう。
胡椒とソースを使いましょう。北海道のシーフード、シーフードはとても美味しいです。
北海道
北海道のシーフードはとても美味しいです。
肉は大丈夫ですか？
肉は大丈夫ですか？
肉は大丈夫
大丈夫ですか？
ですか？
北海道の牛 Sorry. Every time I see beef, I think of Indie. Alright. I'm done. 北海道の牛肉は美味しいですね。
北海道
の牛肉は美味しいですね。北海道の牛肉は美味しいですね。
塩と胡椒が欲しいです。
塩
胡椒
No
胡椒
塩と
胡椒
胡椒
塩と胡椒が欲しいです
が欲しいです。
が欲しいです
塩と胡椒が欲しいです。What the heck? 魚も焼きますよ。But that's a bear. Why isn't this Falstaff? Hey, we need an update here. Duolingo, please. Update Falstaff. I feel like he's goofy enough, alright? I feel like Falstaff deserves in this picture, alright? DLC. Let's see.塩と胡椒はあまり使いません。
あまり
I don't really use salt and pepper. Oh, that says sorry too. That implied a sorry there. Yeah. It didn't say sumimasen though. It's fine. I would naturally say sorry too. As to contextualize it. 野菜は大丈夫ですか？ Man.
野菜
漢字すみません今日に 今日すみません。今日肉はあまり食べません。
あまり。
花さん、牛肉はどうですか？
牛肉はどうですか？すみません。Oh, I said 今日 didn't I? 牛肉。Man, I just realized how much that looks like kyo. Alright, gyuniku. I totally missed it. It was gyuniku. That makes so much sense. Sumimasen, gyuniku. Gyuniku wa amari tabemasen. Yeah, it's the same phrase, but it's good thing it happens twice. At least twice. Sumimasen. Okay, すみません。シーフードはあまり食べません。
はあまり
トマトは焼きません。
トマトは焼きません。We won't grill tomatoes. We won't grill the tomatoes.
醤油と胡椒を使います。
醤油 OK 醤油と胡椒を使います。I'm going to use soy sauce and pepper. I don't eat raw. Oh, they threw in raw. Nama. Nice. Nama seafood wa amari tabemasen. Oh, just actually not even amari. Nama seafood wa tabemasen. Oh.
No.
Nama no. Yeah, nama no seafood wa tabemasen. We won't grill the tomatoes? I know, okay? Tomato. は
焼きません。
Okay. Alright, we did it. That's it for today. Well, it's actually fairly short today. Not bad. I got a late start today because of what I covered earlier today. So we'll convene tomorrow. The review is coming up, man. All right. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out, folks. I had a lot to say this earlier today. Hope it's interesting. I know I'm probably going to be placing myself on the line for that one. But yeah, I just want to leave with the aspect that I honestly take this very seriously. Maybe that's just not for everyone. But honestly, it's not about diatribes and chastising and soliloquies and whatnot. I earnestly think you can have a lot of disagreements while learning a lot of things. The one thing that I want to highlight is that the internet is so much more than a place where you throw jokes and not be held accountable, right? I get the whole idea, the pastime or the passe interpretation of still thinking that the internet is a place of anonymity and that you dehumanize anyone you see at the other end of the screen, right? And that's still very prevalent now. However, I am going to go out of my lengths to treat most people like human beings. Whether you don't think it's serious, I'm going to take it serious. Because honestly, if you had the time to try to interact with me or target me in any way, that's at least worth discussing or trying to reach a compromise, right? Well, in this case, it's a battle lost, but the war continues, right? Figuratively. not necessarily like a physical sense, but more of an intellectual sense. I will continue to strive to make connections with people. It was a very interesting encounter with someone who illustrated my point about ChatGPT, or like the use of artificial intelligence to compensate, but not learn and evolve from it. I honestly wanted and curious about how that person generated that prompt. ChatGPT is down the line in my plans to like utilize and make a more dynamic and challenging environment to learn Japanese. So that will be a way farther down the line. But I was very curious. It's unfortunate and quite disappointing that the zeal of that person's use of tools became more of a crutch than becoming a bridge to opportunities in enriching and sharing ideas. And not only that, lying about it publicly with records, because anonymity is not so anonymous online. It is incredibly well tracked. So while I may seem a little bit tactful about facts, I like to believe that much like I don't treat many other people like inhuman, incompetent people, I usually prefer to overestimate someone than underestimate someone, because I truly find it far more rewarding in the long run to elevate someone's position, find meaning in a joke, find meaning in why they spent a random time trying to build some sort of credibility with a stranger and then accusing that stranger of failing to have credibility in the first place. There were so many presumptions made about my character, which illustrates that this individual did not understand my character. But at the same time, that's also part of my perception. So what I mean is my failure to garner and explain myself in various manners, it's partially also on me, right? And it's kind of disappointing that I wasn't able to reach a compromise. Not only that, this person believed that placing something in a public forum openly allows them the anonymity and the diffusion of responsibility for what they post. The internet is not that place anymore. The place almost of permanent residence, right? It's kind of like the person who believed that they posted a Twitch, like a tweet out, and then they can resend the tweet in time without having accountability for it. And for me, I do believe it's worth emphasizing accountability online, while at the same time, not in a negative sense. I want to embrace the idea that much like being in a bar or a gathering place, like a social event, slips happen, emotions run wild, people enjoy the heat of the moment and stuff. And I would love to be a person who find it encouraging to see people resolve differences and compromises online, even through text. The internet is a sprawling social platform, right, in itself. And having the constant fear of being judged a lot are the same people who believe they have the confidence to take on challenges are the same people who defend themselves using anonymity. So I want to make it clear that everyone can reach compromise, right? It makes me feel so... I didn't want to jump to presumptions about this, but it happens a lot when you are smaller. Oftentimes, when you're someone who doesn't strive for collectives and influence, you are often the target of someone who feels they are compelled to be in a superior position. That is usually what I presume, until proven otherwise, oftentimes. And sure enough, so far, I have not failed to do that. I would love to meet someone who can educate me on their, knowledge and stuff. I welcome anyone who find the time in their schedule to share mutual respect and exchange of ideas. Not, in my opinion, cutting corners and then rescinding and not taking responsibility for your actions and blaming systems or diffusing your responsibility. The tool is not the thing that does the action without a facilitator of the user. So any extension of things like posting AI scripts and AI products, the user is the one that is the abuser, not the product. Much like blaming a product for being evil per se, right? So that's a fairly morbid topic, but I believe the tools can also be used to create wonderful things, especially machine learning. AI and machine learning has come a long way to enable many people, while in the same circumstances, abuse that privilege. There are many who are striving to use it for the future, right? Very constructive way. I hope I look forward to some individuals who have been using ChatGPT for productive needs. I had the privilege of meeting one person who's incredibly passionate about Japanese that used ChatGPT as a monitor and interaction to challenge their own competency in Japanese. So that was nice. I didn't see it in action, of course. But this time, it was solely for compensation and no ownership or responsibility. So with that said, yeah, I highly encourage people to share, but it's such a shame that I wasn't able to go beyond this and maybe even establish a great future relationship, I suppose. If you can overcome disagreement or compromise without malicious intent, I believe those partnerships can be very fruitful for both party members involved. In this case, I don't think I'm going to be able to I don't expect to encounter this person anytime in the near future. As always, thanks for listening. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, pursue things, right? Better yourself, enjoy language learning, I hope. And until next time, as usual, matashita. Ja ne.